Hello, everyone. I'm Mervyn McNeil, and I'm currently behind the blue blob that is. Oh no! Now there's two of them, Twi. Oh no! Oh
Oh no!
no!
What the fuck, man?
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Mervyn McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello, I can't seem to get Wergurumon to move properly, but that's, I guess I'm gonna have to live with that.
And the moderately optimized Kaiser Shonen.
Oh yeah.
Today,
No scuff today.
hopefully. But before we get
Wait,
into
can they hear us? Can they hear us? I swear to God.
Oh God, I think they can. I'm pretty sure they can.
Okay. All right.
Let me just double check on a property in here. So that's going to. Is that which one is set to media? No, that one's set to media, and then this one set to chat. Technically, they can hear you.
All right. Yeah, they can hear us. Yeah,
I
I'm
wonder if they'll
seeing
be able to
chat.
hear the video. I'm gonna.
Would win a say.
Yeah, okay, they can hear the video. All right. Whew. I'm gonna
All
sit
right,
down and rearrange that. But
yeah.
yes, today
Also,
we are
Robert.
talking
No.
power scaling. Everyone's
Yeah.
favorite topic. Yay! Pachi. Tonight on Team Jacked, power scaling, power scalers with power of scales. Say that 10 times fast. The scuff. Okay. Power scaling, power scalers with power of scales. Power scaling, power scalers, power scales. Power scaling, power scalers with the power of scales. Power scaling, power scale. I can't. I missed on the first one.
Yeah, I heard that. The width really fucks it up.
It is. It's the width. I love scales. I love moving them around. Woohoo! Yeah, we were just just kind of a preamble. We're just talking generally about how we got into stuff. We should probably do a coverage. This is the first coverage we're really doing, I think, focusing on power scaling.
Yeah, because like the other time we talked about it was adjacent when we were talking about, Ruby's magic system.
Right.
And we were responding to Zell Writer's video on that.
Yeah.
And
let's
this
see,
is
Robert
more
Glenn
focused.
Ding-a-ding.
Well, I was gonna say, I'll get to the super chats in just a moment
Go
here, because I was just continue our intro.
Sure.
We haven't really focused on power scaling, what it means, and these videos kind of tackle the concept of power scaling from a meta perspective when it comes down to being a writer, which I'm very interested in because I think I'm going to agree with the second one, especially, is that writers, I think, like power scaling in terms of keeping track of like how strong different characters are in relation to one another. I should specify in works that require a lot of combat going on.
Yeah. Obviously, something like fucking Breaking Bad doesn't require power scaling.
Or does
maybe,
it?
Maybe,
or does it because of like the purity of the meth? Like unironically,
meth scaling, bro.
Well, no, unironically, like, isn't that one of the biggest contentions of the show? Is that like he is so good at producing this high quality product, and other people struggle to get up to that point, and it's like it's all about the intricacies of people trying to like get that. It's like that in a way is that might be part of the fun. Part of the fun of the discussion is like, what do we mean by power scaling, and how specific do we need to get with it? Like, that's kind of an interesting point.
Well, I think that it would depend because when what most people refer to when they mean power scaling is specifically referring to a character's skill and their overall power level in comparison to another fighter, whether it be magic or pure muscle prowess or whatever. But like that, something like that is a lot more arbitrary, and I think that you could say that is power scaling, but that's getting into like very muddy waters in terms of the definition. You are using the definition incredibly loosely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that gets more into like
I think that
conflict, the nature of conflict as a discussion.
I would say that, like, in terms of, like, sure, on some level, you gotta level out how capable your characters are at certain particular skills as they are relevant to the story. But I think it's a lot easier to understand, much more easier to understand if, power scaling is mostly, strictly talking about, like, their capabilities in combat. Granted, they're, like I said in my own video on the subject, responding to another YouTuber, there are a bunch of attributes that can be scaled against like other characters within the same show and even outside if you're into doing death battle type discussions and stuff like that. All of which is perfectly fine. I think that nowadays it's interesting how a lot more people seem to be appreciating it a lot more as a concept. It specifically when applied to like narratives in stories, not just in fan discussion, because certain things happen in Invincible. Like for the longest time, people have been saying, "Oh, the concept power scaling is trash. We can't apply it in a productive way when discussing media." And then it all came tumbling down when the shit that they like started started to just flounder in those directions.
What is the power scaling of Seinfeld? Kramer sweeps. You can't contend with the level of crazy he brings to the table.
Well, we have like a very old example of this when it comes to the book world. Because when you're getting into using other people's properties and getting into death battle stuff and all that kind of stuff, using like it's all fine and good when it comes to authors using their own characters in their own world and all that kind of stuff. But when you're
Right.
wanting to uh bring in other people's characters that don't belong to you, or using other people's characters that don't belong to you at all, you get into this sort of fan fiction-y realm. And we do get that in history with Sherlock Holmes and Arsène Lupin, where the author of Lupin wanted to use Sherlock Holmes as a character, but because he was refused, he had to create Herlock Sholmes. In order, specifically in order to humiliate his version of Sherlock Holmes, because he wanted to make sure that his gentleman thief was so much more intelligent than Sherlock Holmes, the smartest man in fiction.
Well, I mean, he did initially use Sherlock Holmes straight up, and then like the lawsuits started coming in, and he's like, "Oh no, it's Herlock," and then he became an ace attorney character. And like, that was my first exposure, is seeing the ads for the English version of Great Ace Attorney. It's like Herlock Sholmes, while you guys are getting lazy. And then I'm like, wait, that's an actual literary reference? What the fuck? So I swear I thought about power scaling when I saw the recent Bleach movie, and I was thinking about how useless half the good guys seem to be in a fight unless someone else came in. AJ Fies, you can say Hitsugaya. Okay, it's okay. This is a safe space. No, I joke. I love the guy, but he does get jobbed a lot. He's almost as bad as yeah. He and Renji are up there, man.
Yeah, he and Renji, the greatest jobbers. Number one.
But yeah, okay. So we got super chats before we Zach Riker says, sees Omni-Man and Rey Skywalker Palpatine. Oh yeah, we definitely need power scaling in stories. It helps the believability of the narrative. Yes. Robert Glenning, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Congratulations to everyone that got caught in that blast, except Dedarex. I hope you all enjoy the perks of the wonderful emotes that you have access to here on YouTube, as well as access to the Tundra Discord server, where all of us regularly hang out for things like Bad Fanfiction Night, which happens typically Friday nights at 10 p.m. I think you'll be available for it, right, Twy, this week? Or if not, we can we can figure something else out.
Maybe, because I think we usually go
For you, it'd be from 7 to 9.
Yeah, so I might be available for that, might not be. I don't know, because I might be at the con then.
Yeah, if not, then I'll hoist the sails myself. It'll be fine. Maybe I'll have Ino read. You know, he enjoys being on the spot.
Yes.
Then let's see, Izanagi. Oh boy, this topic. Look, I feel scaling internally to a show should be consistent, or at least used mindfully in order to avoid imbalance, but cross-property scaling probably isn't needed. And he's getting a point that a lot of people in the comments are, or in the chat are, that I wonder what we are going to be talking about here, because is it power
Sure.
scaling really when it's internal to the narrative? Because so the common use for power scaling is cross-property. So I
Yeah.
wonder if that's going to be like I wonder if we're
That's going. You
changing
think it's gonna be a
terms.
source of like a mix-up, kind of?
Yeah. Kind of
Yeah,
like
I can under.
conflating two different things.
No,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that more broadly, power scaling can be applied to your own narrative work or the
Yeah.
narrative work in the same universe. But it is
Mhm.
true that the majority of people uh do talk about cross-platform or cross-property battles because for
Yeah.
some fucking reason people are just obsessed with Death Battle. I don't understand
Yeah.
it. But
Righto! Sorry.
I mean, I've been
Well,
I've
that's
been
rap
watching
battles.
them
My bad.
for the longest time, and it's just really fun, seeing like thinking about like how would these two characters interact. In a way, it's sort of like solving a puzzle a little bit. And when in good
yeah.
faith fun when the other person is just like, hey, let's have a neat discussion or whatever. It can be really really fun. It could be like, hey, trying to like again solve a puzzle as to like which character will win or who wouldn't. It's as always with every single fan related thing, it can get toxic, it can get crazy. But I think it's ultimately a good thing that the definition has expanded to where it can refer to things happening within stories as well. Because it's such an easy thing to kind of say, and it can. And even though, of course, the way it works within writing obviously is going to work differently, I think ultimately it refers to the same fundamental concept, which is comparing different characters within a story.
Yeah. And I'm going to say right off the bat that when it comes to storytelling and writing, it
Sure.
is incredibly important that you, as the author, know who is going to win and who is going to lose in your story. And because I have seen some people say that like, oh, power scaling doesn't matter because it just it's up to the whims of the author as to who is going to win or lose at the end. It's like in a bad story, you
Yeah.
can just have any character on a whim be winning or losing any kind of fight. But
Exactly.
people are going to call bullshit on that
Yeah.
because they have brains. And so any author worth their salt is going to actually logic this out. And if they
Yeah.
want to have a character win in the end, they have to make it realistic for the world and the characters that they have set up for this character to win legitimately or using their guile or their wit or their some
Yeah,
sort
they
of
have to justify it. And
So
yeah,
that justification has to be believable within the narrative,
yes.
so
right?
HJ5 brings up, of course, the famous Stan Lee quote where it's like, oh, it's whatever the author decides. And I don't know if he fully believed that in the because it's a relatively short, like when you get down to it, this is a very lengthy discussion. But I think if you hold
Mhm.
his nose to the grindstone, is okay. So you have the Punisher. He has a gun.
Yeah.
Neither characters are allowed to move. If he shoots Spider-Man, does he win? And the
Yeah.
answer would probably be yes. If the
Yeah.
Punisher can just get a clean shot on Spider-Man, yes.
Yeah,
But
that
then
would
you
die.
answer, oh, but Spider-Man has spidey senses and hyper reflexes. Like, okay, well now we're talking about, well, the character naturally has advantages and disadvantages, and in certain
It,
circumstances,
it's
they're going to basically balance each other out. And if you have an
it's even
overwhelmingly
worse from
powerful
that clip.
threat, well,
It's even worse because in that clip, from what I remembered, he was specifically talking like as an example of like a fan, battle concept that like he had been asked a lot and kind of got annoyed with by fans is that, oh, what if Spider-Man fights the Thing, who would win? gonna be honest, 9 times out of 10, Spider-Man has no business beating the thing, okay? Aside from, I don't know, outside gadget shenanigans or very, very specific uses of his environment, he is just not gonna win that fight 9 times out of 10.
I find it kind of funny. I
God.
find it kind of funny that I just finished like circumventing that very question, and now we're talking
Yeah.
about it again.
Yeah, let's say that he does, then they would have to justify it within the story, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that
Like
is the important point. And like I think that to an extent it's not entirely wrong to say that yeah, the writers are ultimately responsible for like which characters win or lose. But I think the issue in regards to comics, right, is that writers frequently changed hands, and there have been times, many times, when characters are shown to be capable of doing things that they previously weren't able to do before, and there's no contextual reasoning that was fleshed out or justified enough.
G Darkon asks, dumb hypothetical, if a character had the ability to make fake stats for themselves, would it be near impossible to power scale?
If there's no upper limit necessarily, unless you set them up against a character that exists like outside of our,
unless
like
you put them against Unicron.
Isn't that what some bullshit isekai do? Like,
yeah,
didn't you show us? Didn't you show us that gentleman isekai or whatever?
Assassin
isekai.
Isekai.
Yeah, where it's like he literally is just like choosing his own fucking stats.
He chose his like okay, the setup there on paper reads fine in terms of like, okay, you get 5 stats. I think 1 is premium. It's like a gotcha where you get like a premium.
No, I think it's like 5 skills, right?
It's like 5 powers effectively. 1 is premium, 2 are like rare, or like 1 is premium, 1 is rare, 1 is like medium, and then 2 are trash. But then it does the typical thing where, oh, I found like this trash one is actually really conducive to doing these things. And oh, it's actually, if I use it this way, it's a bullshit superpower. Like that's basically how it gets around trying to have an interesting premise. And it's like, that's very painful to watch. Because it's like, I don't feel any tension. So yeah, theoretically, it would be impossible to power scale with a character like that. What you would need to do with that is like make the story much more about a struggle internally for that character, if you even have them.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of those like bait Pokemon videos where it's like they're doing competitive matches and the person that you're going up against is using all like mythical Pokemon, legendaries, and you're using like Dunsparce.
Yeah, and it's just like, oh, I've knocked out your entire team. You've only got 1 Pokemon left. He has just set up your doom. You're fucked. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I wonder. I saw a lot of those back in the day, and I'm almost sure 1 or 2 of them were real, but I have to wonder how many of them in total were real.
I have not watched any of them, but just I don't know. I find that kind of bullshit. Because you would see a lot more upset, I think. If something like that were genuine. Like sure, you can have somebody who had raised like a really good Pokemon with perfect IVs and all that kind of stuff raised up against some sort of beginner who just picked up a random legendary from their game and put it up there, and they're doing it because they just think that the Pokemon is cool, and then it's someone who doesn't really know what they're doing against somebody who has a lot of experience professionally, quote unquote, with Pokemon.
Oh yeah, no, like that's almost all of them are set up as just, oh, look at this idiot kid. He doesn't know he's about to get his shit kicked in. I bet if those builds went up against experienced like players, they wouldn't last. I feel like that's more of a noob trap than it is more of like a really competitive strategy.
Yeah.
Do you see? Epic Kill, member for 15 months. Thank you so much. How strong are the Fruby girls compared to Volume 1? Canon Volume 1, they sweep. But Fruby Volume 1, I mean, it's really hard because the way that I have done the power scaling, quote unquote, in Fruby is much more about this. It's power skilling is more the route I take. It's like
some stories do that too. Like
no, I typically favor that as an approach. I don't like raw numbers go burr.
Or JoJo, you know, that's another good example.
I typically like smart tactical combat where you get interesting mix-up and matchings. Obviously, the Fruby girls in Volume 7 could easily beat their Volume 1 selves, but that's because their Volume 1 selves are less experienced. They know all their own moves from back then. And on top of that, they're a much more cohesive and functional team with better equipment because they have advanced their equipment over time. Like, yeah, they are much stronger now as a team, and like a lot of the threats, it's one of the reasons why I did what I did with the Grim and not have them be the primary threat until the end of the Emerald Forest arc, is like it's to try and show the level of threat. And you know, 1 or 2 Grim were this dire threat. Then you get Volume 2 where they're managing to hold off a lot of Grim, but it's still overwhelming and they're just so dangerous and powerful. Volume 3, they're in a life or death situation. Volume 4, they can start to hold their own a lot better. Volume 5, they don't really fight a lot of Grim. So let's, but like, you know, Weiss takes down, you know, a whole flock of Nevermore with her skill. And bees, right? I think we had the Lancers. I'm trying to we had the Lancers and then Nevermore. And then, you know, so that's actually a clear distinction. Weiss alone, after having battled a swarm of other Grim, takes down a Nevermore on par with the one they took down in Volume 1. Like, that's like that required the whole team together to beat, and this one was just Weiss alone. So that already gives you a nice like scale of how far they have come. Because every girl on the team is like that now. They can take on those threats. And in Volume 7, my God, they could probably burn through a couple of Nevermores no problem. Like that, as a team, they are destruction incarnate. But then you get people who are equally as skilled as them, and suddenly, you know, CL almost takes out Ruby and Weiss in a 2-on-1.
Right. But yeah, you know, these things can vary. Some stories like lean into more like the Dragon Ball like school of numbers go up, others go into like solely skill base, and then we have shows that try to do a mix of both things.
Bleach,
and those tend to be pretty fun.
The thing is, I get
level, I guess. I feel like it kind of leans a bit more to the former, right?
Yeah, it leans a lot. It leans, I would say 80%, 20%. Well, because they make a big deal about skill. But like when in practice, it always comes off more big numbers go burr. Then Yugox asks, depending on the writer, Batman beats everyone. Didn't Dalen choose his stats and one twist was good at swords? Oh, fuck. First of all, the rule with Batman is typically give him prep time. Because like because remember with Batman, he's a detective first. Like that's his go-to thing. He can adapt to dangerous situations on the fly, but it's why like probably my favorite death battle I only saw season 1 of Death Battle, but my favorite death battle was Batman versus Spider-Man.
That one was fun.
I think Batman with 0 prep time gets swept by Spider-Man. I just think Spider-Man has the better skill set.
Without
the better
any
power
prep
set.
time, then 9
but
times out of 10.
The minute Batman gets prep time, holy shit, he doesn't even need to fight Spider-Man. All he needs to do is buy out the apartment building Peter lives in and then upcharge rent. That's all he needs to do and he wins. Like, that's Batman for you. Like, he's smart. He works smart, not hard. Even though he does work hard for his gains. Thank you, Batfleck, for pulling that tire and shit. Xanos, fuck Sonic power scalers. Don't use the word fuck and Sonic in the same sentence. It gets very dangerous really fast.
That's number one. That's number one. And number two, goddamn, dude, what do they do to you? And I guess like we go through the long list of all the craziness the Sonic fandom has done over the years. You know.
Let's see. Just got your minutes. Has anyone made the Power Scaler son versus shipper
Shipping
daughter
joke?
Oh, Power Scaler son
No,
versus shipping
no,
daughters joke. No, we haven't yet.
No.
But yeah, let's see.
It'll probably come up at some point, maybe.
Make beams. Just thought that'd be funny to share. Batman does have some things in his back pocket. Like, he is an incredibly well-trained and very high reflex character. It doesn't mean he will survive everything. Where does MHA land on power scaling? I really like MHA's power scaling. Like, it has problems. My biggest issue with the power scaling in MHA is typically the Made of Iron problem.
The Made of Iron stuff.
Yeah, but like, other than that,
it tends to be pretty consistent most of the time.
It's very heavily skill based. Like, it's very much about trying to use powers in a creative way. I remember people bitching about Edge Shot and his ability to like turn into effectively a suture.
I remember that, yeah.
And I'm like, well, I mean, there's no contradiction to that, and like that's on scale with a lot of these high-end heroes. Why is that? That's not a problem.
I was about to say, I don't really think that's the issue. My issue was him surviving personally.
Yeah, but at the same time, I like Worm Edge Shot. He's adorable.
he barely survived. Like 8 years later, he was still having to go to America to get major surgery.
Yeah, so there is that ostensibly. At least it does show that it wasn't like something he can just do, regularly, and he just sleeps it off after having a Big Mac or something. Like, no.
Epic Master says, power, power, power! Hey, you three. Vid good? We haven't started yet.
We haven't started yet.
We're just doing the preamble, and we're about 30 minutes in. We can probably get started with this video. The first one that we have up on the docket, because we have 2 videos for you today, and that's why the thumbnail is a combination of Rey Skywalker and Omni-Man. They are not the same video, but I thought it was just funny how the 2 images lined up when I was looking for them.
To be clear.
This first one is called Stories Need Power Scaling by Mug Motions, who I've never heard of before, but this was recommended to us. These are both recommended to us, I want to say by Sky Slasher, on the unofficial Reddit. So if you guys are interested in the Team JYCT subreddit, it's unofficial. We have no control over it. So if anyone goes crazy over there, we're not really in charge, but I do have a post or 2 over there basically saying, hey, if you guys want to suggest something, you can throw a video at us. So if you have anything you guys want us to cover, you can just throw it to us. We'll see what we can do.
Or just throw it in the comments whenever you feel.
Alrighty. Well, let us get started. We're already off to a good start with Goku. So
we yapped enough.
Yeah, you
take
guys
us
ready?
away. Emotions.
Arc Goku or a Season 2 Tony Soprano? Well, Goku's biggest feat is defeating Vegeta, who blows up a planet.
Okay, let's be honest. Tony sweeps, right?
Oh, yeah, 100%. Listen.
I know a guy!
I know, he knows a guy, and that guy is Batman with prep time.
I was trying to...
Who would win?
This freaking thing. Watch together, please. Please?
Oh, damn.
You were going to say Twi.
I was going to say, wouldn't this be a Batman prep time sort of situation?
It would be.
Yeah, it would absolutely be.
You got rarely Batman is getting body because didn't get prep time. Pretty sure it came up with Bane and maybe one story where it was acknowledged Supes is too OP. I mean, okay, in full defense, I am referencing a lot of like the animated stuff because that's what I'm familiar with. I don't know about comic originals.
Yeah, me neither.
I mean, weirdly enough, bad as it is, I mean, the good example, just for example's sake, is Superman versus Batman, where Superman shows up, immediately pisses off Batman, and then Batman just has to stand there and like not be able to do anything because he would just die.
Yeah, I love that scene, even though it's dumb. I love that scene where like Clark just pushes him and he lightly pushes him and he just careens into his Batmobile. It's funny.
Yeah. All right, well, let's actually.
Who would win, a Saiyan Arc Goku or a Season 2 Tony Soprano? Well, Goku's biggest feat is defeating Vegeta, who blows up a planet, putting him at a planetary level threat. Meanwhile, Tony Soprano's biggest feat in Season 2 is defeating Big Puss, whose mass is roughly that of Jupiter, also putting Tony
I'm
Soprano
sorry, his
at a
name is
planetary
what?
level threat. After doing some calculations, I know
I think that actually is his name. Probably just, obviously.
Big. I'm sorry. I'm an adult. I'm sorry. My birthday was
Are you
last
sure?
week. I'm an adult. I'm very sure. Yes.
According to this one troll that I had in my comment section on my Lily Orchard video, I'm not an adult because I was able to point out that they were trying to piss me off by saying something inflammatory and then getting mad
Well,
and saying that I was being really childish when I called them out on it.
Remember, guys,
Well,
I've been told by a foremost authority that scatological humor treats its audience way more maturely than punny wordplay.
well,
That discussion of Digimon was wild.
Oh, it was.
What?
Oh, what was
I don't want to ask.
what was their reply to when you asked if the Digimon English dub would be perfect if they just kept in Butterfly and Braveheart?
Oh, okay. I can and then to the joke. So to do show more, make sure I know where I am. Okay. So this is reply to so for clarification, everyone, I had an argument online talking about sub versus dub, which is another topic that we really need to do a full coverage on. But I was arguing with someone over that the Digimon dub is good. Like it actually is legitimately good, and this guy was saying it's bad and that it's unfaithful, which are both very measurable and also very wrong things to say. And basically it boiled down to they would have, if they were faithful, they would have used Butterfly and Brave, the most popular songs in the franchise.
Oh, wait, I think you talked about this before once. Yeah.
And I'm like, and Braveheart, which are those popular. I'm like, okay, for one, let's get this clear. Butterfly and Braveheart back then, when this was being dubbed, were not like famous as they are now because they were the first songs used in the franchise in that way.
I mean, not only that, but like what freaking anime back in the day, at least specifically like the kid-friendly stuff that they allow in fucking 4Kids or whatever, are they gonna keep their freaking original Japanese soundtrack, much less their openings?
He did raise that they got translated in a lot of different languages like Spanish, but at the same time it's like, yeah, but like the producers, like basically I gave like all the different production reasons and what the production team had to work with. It wasn't that the production team wanted to make the changes necessarily, it's that they had to. But like there's a lot of good that came out of it too, because like, that fucking original Digimon song for the American dub, really fun. I really love it. But basically he responded, when I asked, okay, so if they kept Butterfly and Braveheart, then automatically the dub would be good. No notes, yeah? That's what matters the most here in this conversation. And his reply is, if the original score had been kept, especially those two songs, which are the most famous songs in the franchise, so I don't know if they're 7 out, because I said they were 7 and 5 out of 10 respectively. He said, yes, that dub would have been fine because it would have gone from 80% to 90% accurate to the vision intended by the creators. And that's where I came in with like, I don't care how famous they are, and they weren't famous when this was being dubbed. Like, no one knew how popular Digimon was going to be. That's just like this is presuming that the writers of the dub could somehow see into the future. It's not how that works.
Not to mention, as far as like localizations go, I remember the soundtrack for the show being pretty decent and pretty appropriate and atmospheric for what's
the
going
English
on.
Dub is better. The English dub music is better than the Japanese dub English. I will die on that hill.
Oh my god!
Or the Japanese dub music, because here's the thing: a lot of the Japanese dub music is just classical music, which feels fucking weird. Because it's stuff. It's a budget show. It's a budget show. It was using basically public domain music. So it's like, I'm sitting here, I'm like, guys, this was not an artful choice. This was a budget concern. Meanwhile, the Saban team was using the Saban music library, which was actually geared towards action adventure shows like Power Rangers, which is why there's a lot of crossover. And it's like, it works. It works really well. In fact, it works better in Digimon than it did in Power Rangers in many respects.
Yeah.
God, I wish they were in charge of like doing the soundtracks for most other like 4Kids dubs, because rewatching the original Duel Monsters or any of like the Yu-Gi-Oh anime is almost insufferable, because the way that they use their music, they lack so much atmosphere, and it constantly changes with like every time a character speaks. Just to I guess just to like make sure the kids pay attention to what's on screen or
what do I mean?
It's so fucking annoying.
The Japanese dub music. Okay, so in the original Japanese version of Digimon, they had one soundtrack, which included Butterfly, Braveheart, and a bunch of also, like, there were a couple other original songs, but I think largely it was like open source or open domain classical music. Like Bolero is very popularly, it's like the first action song in the entire franchise because of the first OVA. And it's awful. It's one of the most underwhelming musical pieces I've ever heard put to an action scene, which is just really unfortunate. Meanwhile,
not until we get into
Hurricane
Digimon
Touchdown.
Hurricane Touchdown, yeah.
That one is even more nightmarish. Let's not talk about that. That one's a whole conversation. But then, but so in every other dub, they've kept all the music, and they even dubbed over Butterfly. In America, I'm not entirely sure. I think it's producer Fiat. They basically scrapped all the music, and they did it with the music available from Saban, custom-made music for the show, and then on top of that, of course, the original Digimon, Digital Monsters. And honestly, it works so much better. It actually fits the show so much better. We should probably like wind it down on this topic, because we could go forever on this. The Digimon dub is so underappreciated and overhated.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Kaiser is still gone, so like I could probably save my piece on it, but
oh yeah, we'll wait for him to come back.
So he mostly knows about this because of me. Like, I was the one that showed him the original Japanese version of the movies and the OVA, and as well as a couple of episodes of the first season in Japanese. And Noel and I are going through Digimon in English and Japanese at the same time, together, and she's never watched it before, so she doesn't have any kind of nostalgia for the Japanese version or the English version. She is watching both of them fresh for the first time. She prefers the English version. And we did agree that like the music for Digimon, the English version is superior. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Because the English opening for Digimon Frontier. Oh, Digimon Frontier's opening is awesome. It's wonderful.
I didn't even know that Digimon
does anyone actually remember
hated?
Digimon Fusion? I remember that. I thought it was okay. That was like
okay. The English Digimon dub specifically is really, really hated by a lot of hardcore fans. For like, my friend Toppy loathes it. He absolutely loathes it. He does. The thing is, like, I don't mind people hating the dub so much as I hate them hating on the people that made it, because you have people like Jeff Nimoy, who was one of the main writers on the show, who are genuinely passionate fans of the original, and were trying to do it justice the best they could and translate it so that American audiences could understand what was so special about it. They put a lot of heart and soul into it, and they succeeded a lot. And a lot of that gets overlooked because minor things get changed that some people don't agree with. It's a whole thing about adaptations that it's such an overarching conversation, and that's why I want to do a whole, maybe a whole series of streams. I mean, it's an endless topic, really.
But why I absolutely agree. Frontier's dub opening is absolutely fire. Like, it's so weird. 4Kids is like actual like openings and intros to their shows. 90% of them are fucking peak. Like, even some like the vocal insert tracks for certain shows, like a friend was showing me like the insert tracks for Yu-Gi-Oh! The movie Pyramid of Light, and the songs on there are like fire for no freaking reason. And then you actually watch these things, and the music's insufferable. I'm like, what the fuck is it?
Any relation to Leonard Nimoy? If according to Wikipedia, it is second cousin once removed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like he's confirmed that himself that Leonard Nimoy was his cousin. Yeah.
Anyway,
but yeah. Also, 4Kids did not do the Digimon openings. It was Saban.
Saban.
Fox.
Oh, okay. Like
as in the people that in the 90s knew how to make a goddamned action show. We finally got back on that Power Rangers watch, and man, that is some fun. that is some high-end fun cheese.
Oh yes.
B and G's. I'm still so proud of that.
Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, let us
sorry.
let us continue this video after this guy's like obviously making a facetious hypothetical here.
No, you're not going to check. I have determined that Tony Soprano obliterates a Saiyan Arc Goku, no diff. Okay, so there's been a lot of talk about power scaling recently, probably due to the fact that we got another season of The Boys recently. An awful season with terrible power scaling. And we also got another season of Invincible, a considerably better show, but also not immune to dodgy power scaling. But I also don't think the blame can be solely attributed to these shows. Because let's face it, characters becoming inexplicably more powerful whenever the plot needs them to, in a complete plot contrivance, isn't exactly a rare occurrence these days. But does it matter? Well, you've read the
Oh, wait a second. I think I recognize this guy. I don't remember what, but I might have seen one of their videos before. Oh, they're a small channel.
I didn't realize how tiny they were.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a lot of coffee.
Not that. Listen, that's not a knock against you, Mug. Okay, size ain't everything. All right.
The Power Rangers Dino Thunder theme added to my taste for music. That is such a fucking bop. That's maybe the one I catch myself humming the most.
Dog.
There's a light in the distance. I can see it coming closer. Through the force of ages, centuries combine. I love. Defenders want to fight. Power Rangers roar! Dino Rangers go! That's so good. I'm getting stuck. I'm sorry, it's just too good. God.
It's too good.
Title, you already know my stance, but allow me to extend an olive branch to anyone that disagrees with me, because I get why some people are against power scaling. I think when I say I'm for power scaling, they think I want every fight to go like this. Well, Vegeta, looks like I'm winning because I have the biggest number. Kakarot, you fool. I'm winning now because I have the biggest number. Oh, yeah? Well, now I have the biggest number. Well, now I have the biggest number. I have the bigger number. No, I have the biggest number. No. This is not at all what
I was going to say, the unfortunate reality is that is a lot of power scalers, and unfortunately that is also like a lot of DBZ is so fucking guilty of bigger number go burr.
That just is Dragon Ball Z. Or Dragon Ball in general.
But like I think, and I do agree that like that does make up a lot of like different conversation. However, especially in recent times, I think people have overall gotten like a lot smarter in regards to just like talking about different aspects of scaling and stuff. And what makes these discussions difficult is that, they kind of do the Twitter trauma thing where it's like, oh my God, I once got harassed by some guy trying to debate Superman versus Goku. And so I believe that all power scaling is evil, that kind of shit.
Savinsky asks,
that's not true.
Do we count filler episodes like the bug alien people and DBZ and power scaling? You got it. Like that's a whole thing is like, you got to qualify what exactly you're talking about. If you're like, oh, only canon material. Yeah. Well, then no. But if you're going, oh, we're adding in filler there too, then like you got to know what you guys are talking about. And that's another problem.
Tend to differ, like a lot of people in these communities tend to differentiate between okay, are we using, this character from the anime version, or are we using this version of the character from the version of the manga or whatever the hell?
Pete.
Well,
Because
also, like, you have to be careful if you're going to be using filler material, because Raymond and I have talked a lot about the bleach filler and how
Bouncer
much
bullshit.
really,
They are just they.
It's
they're
not just
they're shittier full brain.
Yeah. It's not just that the bouncer bullshit, but the stories actively cap our characters and make them dumber and slower and weaker in order to compensate for the bounce to make them a threat in the first place.
Oh, so they
Yeah.
freaking jobbed the cast? That's fucking.
Yes,
I hate
they
that.
for-
I hate that so much.
The amount of times that Ichigo forgets that he is a speed build is insane.
Yeah. Oh my god, I hate that. I hate it when
Well,
stories
and
do
then
that
the
so
amount of
much.
times that like enemies are faster than him in his speed build, which honestly the main series does too, but like to a lesser extent. It's so frustrating. Every single bound was so much faster. It just
Mhm.
Right.
Oh god. At least there are some good filler episodes, like the one we just watched involving Ulquiorra's quote unquote death. That was basically
Yeah.
there was a little bit of an Arrancar uprising. They stole the Hogyoku.
Yeah.
And like it was basically a side story where a bunch of them kind of showed up and caused shit at Urahara's shack, and it was just kind of fun there. But it's like, oh, why this happened? It's like, oh yeah, just kind of give a distraction so Ulquiorra can go here and investigate something without, anyone interrupting. And then turns out, oh yeah, it actually ties into the main plot pretty nicely. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. More of that, please. Oh, and then there's the one where where Uryu tells someone to kill themselves.
What? Whoa, wait.
That is you need to understand. That moment had me and Twy rolling for like 10 minutes straight.
Dude,
It was amazing.
That was in like a filler episode.
It's like this recurring character in the filler who's like this risen noble girl. She's like a little girl, but she's become like the lead noble of her family that's like in kind of destitution, and so her aide is trying to get her to take things seriously and do certain things, and like actually, and meanwhile she wants to do more childish things, like she wants to have basic, it's not soccer but it's kind of like soccer. She wants to have she wants to have a tournament around it, and like that's the whole dispute, is like she's not taking her duties seriously. She wants to have this tournament. And like it's this whole dispute between what she should be doing versus what she wants to do. There's a part where her aide is like, well, she doesn't want to listen to me. I'm of no use to her. I need to commit seppuku. And Ichigo immediately is trying to stop the guy from jamming a fucking Tonto into his gut. And and like he's arguing. Finally, Uryu just steps forward. It's like, wait, Ichigo, let him do it. It's just like it's like, holy shit, Uryu, what the fuck?
Uryu, what the fuck?
Uryu proving he is the chadliest character in that entire anime.
Massive WP, don't say
He actually does have a good plan, but it's just like it's a really fun filler episode.
Well, it
2
was it was gaslighting and lying to the girl, but yes, the problem was that guy had a big mouth and revealed the whole thing.
Yeah. And to be fair, Uryu, that's kind of Uryu's like MO, is to like basically gaslight everyone until he gets what he's trying to achieve. So it's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense in character. And it's why I love in like the last arc here is like, no one believes that Uryu has flipped sides. No one fucking believes it. Uryu, you've pulled this shit before. We know you. This is like your MO, man. Pirog Pete says, first thing I hear is Raymond jamming to my first and fave PR opening. This trip to Washington, D.C. is off to a good start. Hope you'll have fun. Thanks, Pete. And yeah, that's a good one. But the fact that it's your first is like, that was 10 years after. Like that was like season 16. I hopped on like season 4 or 5. I hopped on during like late Mighty Morphin, early Turbo, which all have bangers, but like I feel
I was there.
Zeo. I was Zeo. That was it.
I was there for OG Power Rangers. that's how early I hopped on. And then
when it was written.
Yes, I was.
Silver-haired freak, power scaling killed my grandma, okay? Power scaling is literally 9/11. My first was SPD. Yeah, I actually...
Bro!
No, I'm not gonna say anything. I have some... Bro. I don't know if I've already mentioned on stream, but I have some fun information about SPD.
Interesting, okay.
Actually, I was gonna say very quickly, I think I actually fell off Power Rangers at after Lost Galaxy. I came on again for Time Force, because Time Force had a really, really good story to it. But after that was when I just quit Power Rangers.
I quit after Dino Charge. That's one of the newer ones, but like, you know, I was on my way out with Super Mega Force and how bad that ended up being. Samurai was decent. Samurai was good, but yeah.
Really? I hear Samurai was bad.
It was okay from what I can remember anyway.
Time Force is good. Time Force is great. Like I want to say like
hear good things about that.
My fall off was, I want to say, after Time Force when he got into what was it? God,
yeah, you dodged the bullet with Ninja Steel. I hear nothing good about Ninja Steel.
But yeah, let's get back to this video.
Yes.
And if you like videos that spend ages doing complicated maths and physics, breaking down your favourite character's best feats, more power to you. Although I wonder if we would have had a cure for cancer by now if power scalers directed their brain power there, and not on figuring out if Kratos can defeat Mr. Frog from Smiling Friends. But then again, it's not like I'm doing anything productive, so who am I to talk? Some of those videos are very contrived to get the results they want though. Death Battle? There is no universe you are convincing me Mario beats Sonic in a fight. One is a supersonic speed freak that defeats a new deity every Tuesday. The other is a fat guy with surprisingly good cardio. And given both of these characters
oh god, I love a good moment of wit there. That's
oh yeah.
G Darkon. So funnily, I would have said Dragon Ball starts to solve its problem during the Moro arc, as it becomes you can't just have the biggest number and have to deal with it. Then absorption and wishes came back, so who cares? DBZ was a gradual fall off because like I remember someone talking about like the original
Dragon Ball that wasn't as much of it.
The original Dragon Ball, they introduced Chi about halfway through. That's when he got the Kami's, like around the time he got the Kami's tower. And like that's where like the power creep really started happening. But it didn't really start getting bad until I want to say after the Namek arc. I want to say like that's
basically that's how I would have done that. Yeah.
And like even then, like the Cell arc still managed to have some level of like weight to it. And then I remember Boo just being a mess.
Oh my god, the Boo arc was awful.
Arc was just terrible. Yeah.
I'm sorry, your main antagonist can literally just zap people and turn them into chocolate bars. How is he just not winning?
Shut up.
He turned Mr. Popo into a chocolate bar.
I can't believe that I managed to stomach most of the way through the Boo arc. Like it was so bad. And this was me. This was watching week to week on YTV. Like I didn't get the benefit of streaming services and binge watching back then. I had to do it the old-fashioned way.
Okay, yeah. So you got that bullshit on top of the pacing, you know, of the original being kind of so. So it's like
I was gonna say I know saying that it was introduced to Master Roshi. It was not Master Roshi. It was like a one-off character that was like fighting Goku. I'm trying to remember who it was. It's not like one that like very
Cow
important.
Pai Pai?
It might have been Cow Pai Pai.
Tao.
Sorry, I don't know his name. Cow Pai Pai.
I don't remember, it has been such a long time since I attempted to watch Dragon Ball. The only thing that I remember is that I did fall off watching the show around the time that Roshi was teaching them Kamehameha.
I see.
But I'll also give
either way, lasers and
Kyouger a watch.
Dynamite
It's
Show,
the Sentai that Dino Charge was based on. Besides being a bit too Red eccentric, it's a great watch start to finish. I mean, I have some interest a little bit in the actual Sentai shows. I think they're like the one that I really want to watch is Lupin Ranger. That one looks fun.
Dog, one of my friends who got me a little bit into Kamen Rider showed me a couple of moments from Lupin Ranger, and it seems like really, really interesting.
Yeah, see, I actually know a little bit of Kamen Rider because I had a friend who used to just be obsessed with the show. Like, he couldn't get me to actually watch it, but from everything that he did show me of it, it did seem very interesting and very different in a way.
Do you remember which one they were talking about?
It was different ones. Like, he would watch them year to year, as they changed. We did do a role play with one of them, and I think that one was basically like animal battle royale sort of thing with Mirror World.
Oh, Ryuki, yeah, Dragon Knight.
Yeah, that one.
So let's see. G Darkon Uryu. Look, Ichigo. I know it's our job to stop this, but he's already made up his mind. Why stop him? Sky Slasher. Not saying it's not important, but some of y'all take it too seriously. Not gonna lie, Wiz.
Well, I think that's like Wiz, like Wiz and Boomstick and Death Battle. Like Death Battle's issue isn't necessarily that they take it too seriously. My issue is that there are a lot of times where it feels like they get a lot of basic things about the characters wrong and what they're capable of, and things that like is like just blatantly basic stuff, and then they show certain numbers that show that a character is able to do this, and yet they use different numbers in like their conclusion, and they don't justify it.
A good example is Tifa versus Yang, where Tifa at max power,
Tifa
can bring down fucking meteors. It's like, I'm sorry, Yang ain't beating a fucking hunk of rock the size of a house crashing down onto her. Like, she's not that good.
That was completely rigged. That was 100%.
My biggest issue with them, though, I mean, that's a big one. But my biggest issue with them, though, is often terrain. Environmental terrain is a big deal when it comes down to fighting. It's something that goes very underappreciated when it comes down to a good fight, especially with high level power, because oftentimes the terrain just is there to get blown up. But characters using cover, characters using like objects in their periphery to defend themselves. I mean, my favorite example is Jackie Chan. There's not a single Jackie Chan fight where that man is not manipulating the area around him to the most extreme degree. There's an entire fucking fight where he uses the little hatch door that you see at like bars to beat the shit out of a guy and himself. Like, there are quite a few fights where I wish they had taken a bit more advantage of that, but there are times when I feel like they did a decent enough job, somewhat. Like with Aang versus Ed from FMA. Actually, I think they released a new Avatar Death Battle one recently, but it's against a Genshin Impact character, so I don't care. It's why I appreciate it, because like EFAP did their own Death Battle, and it was like one of their longest episodes too. But it was a really fun one because they had a much more clinical way of going about it in terms of the terrain. They recognized terrain is a big deal. So they had 3 rounds for each matchup. The first one was Final Destination from Super Smash Bros. So it's like literally 0 cover, flat terrain, no resources. You literally just have what you have. You're like, also they have 0 kit. That's another thing. It's like characters do not have any kit. Then the next one is you're in like an endless forest. You have the character has their standard kit. Go at it. And then finally there's global scale where they're at their maximum powers. Go at it. And so while it's still not 1-to-1 and there's still some weird matchups that don't quite match, and they acknowledge that, they often came to like relatively more accurate conclusions through what they discussed about the characters than Death Battle ever did.
Interesting. I think I've seen like the thumbnail for that one. I know you mentioned it a couple times. I just haven't had the chance to see that episode of EFAP.
Oh, that one gets fun because like I think it ultimately boils down to, I want to say, Kirby versus Unicron. It's just like, wait,
I'm not surprised.
How the fuck did we end up here?
I am not surprised.
How good is the vid? The vid so far is actually good, but we're only like 2 minutes in, but it is only 6 minutes long, so we're, Anyway, let us continue.
To the jacked ratio, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
By jumping on their enemies, I think I'm going to side with the one with spikes on his head. This used to be a major debate on the internet, by the way, and I have no idea why. One of these characters is obviously much more overpowered than the other. I'm getting sidetracked. Returning
it was
to the
console
point,
war
I
bullshit.
get why you don't
That's
just
what
want
it
the
was.
fighter with the biggest power level to win by default. And I don't want that either. That's not even how it works in real life. Just ask any UFC fan and you'll know MMA math does not work. When Jose Aldo was the champion, he was on an 18-fight winning streak and defended the belt 7 times. Then Prime McGregor came along and knocked him out in 13 seconds flat. That same Prime McGregor would go on to lose to Nate Diaz, who, while a great fighter in his own right, was never a champion. Styles make fights as well as many other factors, and it's more complicated than who is the most powerful, or even who the most impressive fighter is. However, this is the part where I start to defend power scaling, because here's the thing. Yeah, Nate Diaz, as good as he was, wasn't the best fighter by UFC standards, but he was still at UFC standards. That's a pretty high bar. There are so many levels to fighting. To get that high in the first place, you already have to be in the top.
Wait,
that guy, that
was he like a fake kung fu guy or something?
No. So here's, that was such a fascinating rabbit hole to dive down. So China has a massive profitable industry of embracing their kung fu roots and really playing up them being as the home of a lot of martial arts. So they have a lot of these masters that do these really impressive technique shows, a lot of these different, examples. There was a guy who thought it was all bullshit because he was an MMA fighter. He's watching these people do their demonstrations and he's like, the people you're fighting are literally just throwing for you. That's really what this is. You're just trying to pump yourself up. So he openly challenged any like martial arts master to a fight against a relatively well-trained MMA person himself. And almost inevitably, he just keeps clocking them cold to the point that he's like blacklisted in China in many different regards because he's hurting their industry.
I know only some of you will get this joke in the chat right now, but this guy is the real life Ryoma Nagare.
Look up the Mad Dog Zhu Xiaodong. I think Count Dankula had a video on him, a Mad Lads.
Yeah, I believe so. Actually, I think him and maybe Wendigoon. I think that's his.
Wendigoon probably does too. I could see that. Because they were doing propaganda videos showing the mighty power of Tai Chi. Yeah, basically he was just getting pissed at like, you guys, these are not serious martial arts. People are going to get hurt if they.
That's what I was about to say. That's why I remember the master guy from. The guy in the white gi, but like,
damn touchpad XP. Yeah, it does that. Super Eye Patch Wolf has a great video on it. Yeah, so check out all those guys. Super Eye Patch Wolf, he apparently did a good video on it.
But what's funny is that like that's a little bit similar to the Star of the Getter-Robo manga, where the main character Ryoma, like his dad died, presumably from being sick, but he was like a master martial artist. And he saw all other styles as weaker, but the martial arts community, kind of trashed him because he was an aggressive guy. And Ryoma felt pissed about that. So he went up to this big tournament celebrating different martial arts styles. And he 1v'd freaking 500 people single-handedly as a teenager and beat the shit out.
Let's see. Jason David Frank, like someone was saying that rip to Jason David Frank, but didn't he have a fantastic MMA career? Let's see.
He's undefeated for most of it.
1-0-0 and an amateur. So he has a professional record of, if I'm reading this correct, professionally he had 1 win, 0 losses. That was back in 2010, only 1 fight. And then amateur career, he had a record of 4 wins, 0 losses.
Okay.
It doesn't sound like he had a very substantial MMA career, but I also don't know how often MMA fights happen. So, yeah. Hey, Twi, did Twi step away? Do we know? She's been quiet.
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Well, you guys are talking about MMA fighting. I have nothing to contribute to that. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just wanted to make sure.
1%.
Oh yeah, no, I appreciate that.
Of the top 1% of probably another top 1% greatest fighters on the planet. So just because Nate Diaz can score an upset win against the prime McGregor, don't think that means you can just because you've taken a boxing class once and just see red. As Conquest puts it,
getting mad doesn't make you stronger. That's not how it works.
So let's use this as an
Okay, so good life advice. Never ever seek out a physical confrontation ever. If you are in a position to flee, do so. Do not put physical altercations should always be a last resort, or if you feel imminently threatened in a way that you do not think you can escape. So if someone is coming at you and is about to throw hands, that's when you start fighting. Otherwise, get the fuck out of Dodge. In fact, every single fight you're in should either be to subdue or run. You should never, ever be fighting to take down your opponent, like, in an aggressive way. You should just be looking to stop the fight immediately. Just good life advice for you guys, from someone who did martial arts for quite a few years.
And especially since, unlike Ruby, the floor is actually really, really powerful in real life, okay?
Yeah.
Contrary to what that show wants.
A punch to the noggin will send you to the hospital real fucking fast. Sky Slasher says, my mom didn't raise a coward. Yeah, but it sounds like she might be raising a potential tombstone, so, you know. Just take it as good life advice. Try not to get into physical fights if you can help it.
Well, no, let him do it and let him earn his Darwin Award. It's fine.
Oh my god, no. Don't pull an Uryu twice.
I was about to say, Uryu, shut up. We're trying to give healthy life lessons here. You're bad at it.
Yo, Kaiser, since you watch Invincible, do you agree with the popular opinion that Invincible has a power scaling issues? Abso-freaking-lutely. Specifically in the latter seasons. Like, I guess for reference, right? For reference, there was one moment in the 4th season. This isn't a huge spoiler. This isn't even a super important fight, which is part of the issue. So Mark, okay, the main character, has been shown previously that he is like capable of such absurd feats is beyond like anything any other hero on Earth is capable of. In the beginning of like season 3, I believe, he lifted up an entire glacier single-handedly, and it was implied that he had been doing that several times as part of like Cecil's updated training form, right? His training regimen. Fast forward to season 4, post-conquest fight, post all the bullshit that he's been through up to that point, he fights this alien army who he has trounced before. And they bring up these robots that don't really seem all that impressive. And he gets freaking stalled by them for like 5 minutes throughout the entire fight. And I'm like, what?
Also, Yugok says, pretty sure that is common advice at every single martial arts class. Yes. But the thing is, it's not necessarily common advice to the general population. The older I've gotten, the more common sense has never seemed like common sense to me. It feels like no one really. It's just because like common sense, like someone pointed out, common sense is very cultural. It's very like things that are common sense in India are not going to be common sense in Brazil. It's like, oh, yeah, actually, that like once you really start thinking in that way, it's like, oh yeah, so that's why common sense isn't common sense. Regional common sense is going to trump yours in many ways.
Unless if you get into like basic physics or anything like that. I'm pretty sure no matter where you are in the world, don't put your hand on the stovetop is universal common sense.
Not with that attitude.
I was gonna say sometimes you'd probably be surprised.
Yeah, maybe in some cultures that might be a good.
I was gonna say, unfortunately,
the Invincible thing, like it's sort of like a similar case of like the Bount arc where that y'all were describing earlier, that a lot of the times, except for like the very end of the season, Mark kind of just gets nerfed to an unnecessary degree in order to drive up tension for the characters. And it's not even like for like really important fights either. And the same results of the story would have happened had they let him win, or like introduce something that would actually give him a challenge. It's just really weird like that. And I'm glad that people are pointing it out.
Where was I? I saw something that was worth commenting on.
Also, he still can't beat that Dragon Crime boss. Yeah, that's bad.
Celtic Phoenix versus Kaiser Shonen Go. Kaiser wins short term, I win long term. Because you could, I have no doubt you could kill me. I mean, you have a Mega Blaster and everything, but I'm a Phoenix. Well, I come back.
Well,
so I have to wait till you tire yourself out. I'm a persistence hunter, man.
Yes, but you also forget that, you know, Mega Man are powered by the sun. So are you gonna wait until the sun blows up?
I can. I can go wait in the sun. It's
you
very warm.
Wait in the sun. Wouldn't that count as like leaving the battlegrounds though? Wouldn't that be out of bounds?
We haven't set the bounds. Common sense in Florida versus common sense in Chicago. Yeah, because like I could see a Chicago native not knowing don't touch the swamp puppies, and a Florida native not knowing don't go in that fucking neighborhood. Dear God.
Actually, quick question: who do you think y'all would actually win, Florida Gators or New York Rats?
Gators. We already know that there are gators.
But you had to think about it.
I had to, but I realized there are already gators living in New York subway system, sewage system. So we all know that the gators would survive. It's just that there's not enough up there yet.
Malik Pierre Louis 3343 says Kaiser sarcastic chorus made a good point. Yes, I watched that video. I know what you're talking about. Made a good point about how sound design of Invincible makes the Viltrumites feel as weak as characters like the Immortal, despite them being supposed to be beyond those levels. And yeah, presentation is incredibly important, regardless of which type of scaling you do in your story. How you present how impressive the characters are supposed to be is very important.
The rats have the highest number of advantages. Alligators and crocodiles have been on this planet longer than basically most things that live on it today. In fact, I'm pretty sure they live on it. They've been here well before like the T-Rex. The rats have them. I'm sorry, guys. Like, gators are gonna win. Rats ain't as smart as we are. We could probably exterminate all gators if we wanted to. We don't want to because we're nice, but gators are gonna win. They just, what are the rats going to do? Like, it's armored plating.
Right.
Several 100 million years before the T-Rex. Yes.
Damn, okay.
Oh, the numbers advantage. Oh. It's not gonna matter. It takes a fucking boa constrictor to take down a fucking gator. The rats can and will go for the eyes. Okay, they'll take down a couple of them. Not gonna get all of them.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, but can you have a number of relentless rats in your deck? Can you do that with a gator creature? I don't know, actually. That might be it. The battlefield is card games now, so.
Yeah.
How Invincible introduces Thrag was kind of weird. However, his combat debut was handled fantastically. Crocodilian family have been around since before the fucking dinosaurs. The rats ain't doing shit. But no, I was gonna say sound design is so important. I'm currently playing through Campaign Evolved, and my god, some of the weapons are really fucking fun to use. It might be my favorite assault rifle in any of the Halo games right now, because it just has like, it sounds like the Halo 1 assault rifle, but it has this meaty punch to it on top of that.
Right.
I don't know. I'm not going to say I recommend Campaign Evolved yet. I'm only 2 missions into the main campaign, and I've played the prequel missions. We're going to be talking about it next week. But Campaign Evolved is messy in a story perspective, unfortunately.
Okay.
Any tips on how to keep the game from... Well, no, we're waiting on Twy.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know that she left. My bad.
Yeah, she hopped off for a moment to do something.
Epic, yo, power scaling as a creator is really taxing at times. Speaking from experience, I mean, I can understand, you know, when you're writing a story, like these things can be difficult, but like that kind of comes with the job at the end of the day. Like, you know, like we said way before in the beginning of the stream, you have to find believable ways of justifying how your characters are able to overcome certain obstacles.
Oh,
And
you
as
know,
long as it's
an oddly great example of decent power scaling, Ace Combat.
Okay.
Because Ace Combat, obviously you're in a fighter jet, and admittedly, it's bullshit, like, fantasy fighter jet that has 100 missiles on it. But there are a lot of super weapons in the Ace Combat franchise, and also in Project Wingman. I highly recommend that game, too.
Okay.
There are a lot of super weapons, but they have their niches. And that's really what I want to go to with power scaling, is that make sure your character has a niche that it fills, not that it has this broad, overgeneral ability. Because the more broad your power scaling becomes, the harder it is to actually keep balanced. When you have a super weapon that's entire thing is, we can fire a laser straight up into a satellite and have it laser down. Okay, great, but it has like a limited number of charges. It can only affect this amount of area. When you get close to it, it can be turned horizontal into a defensive weapon as well. But again, it has a limited range. It can be predicted. Like, gameplay-wise, they need to make these insurmountable targets surmountable. Don't most games, video games, have good power scaling? No, because there is ludonarrative dissonance that can happen a lot. Trying to think of a good example off the top of my head.
I guess the times in which you like win a fight technically in the game, but in story that same character like is supposed to like lose that character, and that's how it's presented. I think that happened a couple times in like Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, for example.
Metal Gear Rising, the rules are just fucking made up. It really is.
Yeah, that too.
Like, we're talking Metal Gears, or well, actually Metal Gear in general is really weird with that. Because, like, these are supposed to be massive nuclear tanks, effectively, that you're fighting. That are bipedal, incredibly maneuverable. And, like, by the end of Metal Gear Solid 2, Raiden is cutting them down with a fucking samurai sword. And I get it's a hypersonic samurai sword, but, like...
Yeah.
I'm sorry, this is a 3-story tall death machine that can stomp on you and deliver how many tons of force? And why is its kick doing pitiful damage?
Yeah.
Yugok's boss characters versus when they join your team. Boss weapons versus when you pick them up.
Yeah.
KH is a really good example. Do you know it floats him and jets him, deal as much damage as Hercules does in a fight? See, RPGs get difficult. RPGs, that's like strict number scaling. And like that is unfortunately kind of how it is. You're right. Rules of nature passed the Metal Gear Pie. Hi, Orange Man. Why are you using game damage as an example for in-life power scaling? Because we're talking about ludonarrative dissonance and power scaling. Like, that's a specific issue. Which is also the same amount of damage as one of the turrets in the final boss. Really? Damn. 6 Ranger when they debut versus when they join the team. Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 110%. Dragon Ball, like, is kind of guilty of this as well, because there are a lot of things that some of like the side characters do, like Tien or Piccolo, that like they don't do once they join the good guys, and they don't use certain things that they shown to be capable of until way later as like references or something. It's weird.
Like a good.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry.
Oh, welcome back. I was gonna say Bleach is a great example. Hados are typically fucking useless until they're not.
Yeah.
Like, it's frustrating. How's your how's been your July? July's been good. It's been a pretty good July.
Yeah, July's been decent.
Anyway, we ready to continue?
Yes.
An analogy for Star Wars. Anakin is more powerful than Obi-Wan. Anakin's a better fighter than Obi-Wan, yet Obi-Wan still beats Anakin. Does this make sense? Sure it does. Obi-Wan is still a Jedi Master after all. He's at that UFC level. It's clearly a very difficult fight for him, and he's only able to secure the victory because Anakin's pride gets the better of him. I have no problem believing Obi-Wan.
Hell, I wouldn't necessarily even say that like Obi-Wan is less good as a fighter than Anakin, really. I would probably say that like,
I was gonna say, I think by, I don't know what metric a lot of Star Wars, but I remember like Star Wars Discourse, Anakin is a more powerful Force user, and he is also a much more skilled. He is a more skilled fighter. Like he is actually, because Obi-Wan doesn't focus as much on that. The thing is, like, Obi-Wan, I think, is a more refined Force user, and he is much more like reserved with his combat. Like it's different.
Yeah, it's a little different. Like in raw skill, Anakin is better, but Obi-Wan has better battle IQ, kind of.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to put it. See, Sky Slasher says, NRS games are horrible at power scaling because the character chapter system. You never play as a villain, so they never win NPC allies the same problem. NRS games.
What does that stand for? It might be. Sounds like something obvious. If it is, then I'm just blanking.
NetherRealm
is NetherRealm. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, Mortal Kombat. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Why would you refer to it as NRS games and not just say Mortal Kombat? I've never heard him referred to as NRS games in my life.
Yeah, me neither. Obi-Wan is a master of Form 4, the best defensive fighting. Yeah, form is surprisingly pretty important when it comes to fights between Jedi and Sith in Star Wars.
Destructo Disc is constantly the most powerful attack. Is consistently the most powerful attack until Perfect Cell, and it's Krillin's move, who is very low in the general powers. Yeah, but then you also take into fact like that it's an attack that needs to be aimed and dodged. And everyone fucking dodges Destructo Disc until like the plot needs them to not. It's like that's where you get frustrating things in. It's like, oh, I have this very powerful tool, and I'm going to keep popping it off,
but it doesn't do anything until it does. Until it doesn't. You know.
They also make the Injustice games. Yeah, the ones. Oh my God. Injustice 2. That came out in 2017. So they also make a game that came out. The last entry came out 9 years ago. I'm sorry, but Mortal Kombat is infinitely more relevant than freaking than that. All right, than Injustice. Sky Slasher, the FGC refers to it as NRS. Oh, the fighting game tournament? The fighting game
community. Yeah, apparently.
Yeah.
We don't know these terms.
I didn't know any of that. You're speaking Chinese to me for all I know.
This is also why when I say things like Watsonian or it's Watsonian or Doylist. Yeah, doilies. Whenever I say those terms, I try to make sure that, when I first introduce them on stream, I introduce, hey, that's what this term means. Like, it comes from here, because I know that not everyone watching is going to know what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I didn't know what I was talking about for the longest time.
Because as Freeman's Mind has taught us, we have to define our terms or people die.
Been kind of in the mood to play Injustice 2. Do I got to play 1 first? It depends how much justice you want. If you want less justice, then play 1. If you want more justice, play 2. I don't know what I'm saying. I've never played either of them.
Yeah, me neither.
could beat Anakin in a fight here. Sure, Anakin's more powerful than him, but he's not so much more powerful that Obi-Wan's chances of winning are infinitesimal. It works precisely because the power scaling makes sense. If, on the other hand, say, for example, this youngling was able to defeat Anakin in a fight, then yeah, that wouldn't be believable at all, and would take me right out of the movie. If you're against power scaling, you may try and argue it's because we haven't followed this child, so we're not as emotionally invested, but that's not really the reason. It wouldn't be any less stupid even if this child was the main character. The caricature that often gets thrown against people that support power scaling is that we just want the fight to be about physical strength while not caring about the emotional stakes. But I think the exact opposite is true. We only understand what the stakes are precisely because of how powerful the characters are. Without power scaling, fights just become random and allow the writers to be as lazy as they want. Power scaling is vital for a story.
Hi, Bounce.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Also,
Dude.
Kaiser, I can hear the video through your mic.
What? How? I'm using my headphones. What the fuck?
Maybe your gain is up?
Maybe. I'll just lower the volume on my laptop and see if that.
I blame it partially for the Snyderification of Superman over. Oh, you're talking about Injustice. Okay. Shark Jumping Walrus, thank you for the gifted membership. Congratulations to Vale the Endurian for receiving that.
Yep.
And not Deaderex.
But yeah, this dude is absolutely correct. Like, one of the, if anything, okay, what benefit, like,
God,
even we can bring up as many like bad examples of like power scaling as much as we want, but like it all boils down, settling the debate, it all boils down to this: at what point does the story get worse because it makes more sense for something to happen?
That's a very good question.
You know, that
is a phenomenal question. Like,
yeah.
There's nothing that I can think about where logicking something out in your story results in something worse.
The only thing that I could even come up with is like, you know, endings that are meant to be ambiguous in some way.
I will say there are niche examples. Psychological horror, for example, things where like reality is breaking down or the mental scape of the character is breaking down, and so things make less and less sense. Again, I've just played through, my Silent Hill video, I just played through Silent Hills 1 through 3, and the power scaling in that, one of the things I get most frustrated with is like, oh yeah, teenager girl in Silent Hill F can't possibly take on all these giant monsters. I'm like, did you guys like Silent Hill 3? Where the teenage girl can melee all these, in fact, many times, because ammo has a genuinely well-balanced game where ammo conservation is genuinely difficult. She needs to. She also gets a katana and a fucking mace. Like,
I saw that.
I get frustrated with some of the arguments about that, but like, guys, the teenage girl fighting monsters, that's not the hill you'll want to die on. Trust me.
No. It really does feel like they're trying to make excuses for why they don't like this game, when it really just is possibly a combination of racism and sexism.
And for the record, the person I'm being derogatory against is Synthetic Man. That guy is a complete bitch. Because I want to acknowledge. I want to acknowledge.
Not saying that.
I have a friend that I disagree with, and I want to make sure he knows it's not targeted at him, because he had similar complaints. We've had frustrating fights over Silent Hill F, and I'm trying not to be like snarky towards him, just towards Synthetic Man, because fucking hell.
I will be lovingly snarky towards him.
But yeah, I just wanted to make that clear. Oh, we have
do that to everyone.
First, we have an art from Omega Rob, which is "Don't touch the stove when it's on." That's universal common sense. And then SpongeBob just being like, "But then, how am I supposed to figure out how hot it is?" And then we have Deaderex with the Gator deck versus the Rat deck, Swarm Rush versus Big Number Beatdown. I love this. You were here for us. No, were you here for us when we were arguing who would win, New York City Rats versus Florida Gators?
No, my mom came to the door. I was gone.
Oh, damn. There was a whole debate. And then like somehow it landed on, oh, yes, but rats get swarm in Magic the Gathering. So I'm like, oh, yes, now the terrain has shifted to card games.
Yeah.
All right.
Sky Slasher says YouTube channel The Fourth Snake. Hey, I know that guy. Has a great video on fighting game stories, in particularly NetherRealm Studio ones, labeling their problems. Yeah, he has a decent series going over that stuff.
What happened to the other 3 snakes?
He obviously he scales over them. So
fair.
Yeah.
G Darkon. By the way, if you hated Bount arc, you would have hated the Ray Guy arc with half guy beating 4 captains at the same time. Still is a great story. The Ray Guy arc? Is that the captain? Is that the
no?
Captain?
That's the Shusuke Amagai.
Oh,
like that's the same arc where that girl that we watched those 2 episodes came from. It's the same arc, but I don't know if they're talking about the same thing. But the only other major arc that we have in Bleach is the Zanpakuto arc.
Oh yeah, I think that's one of the first arcs that I've seen in Bleach back in the day. I was so confused back then.
Right. Sky Slasher, it's a Metal Gear thing. There's a solid snake, a naked snake, a solid liquid and naked snake. He's the 4th one no one remembers. Solidus snake? There's like 5 snakes. There actually, let's see, there's solid, liquid, Solidus, naked, then there's Venom Snake, and then you also technically have Raiden, who was codenamed Snake very briefly. 10 snakes? There are 10? Wait, who are the other 4?
Let me see. You have Python, and then you have
Why? What does a coding language have to do with anything? Slippery snake. You joke, but honestly, I could see Kojima fucking doing that.
Yeah. Oh my god, man. But
alrighty.
no, like going back to my question about like, at what point does a story become worse because it makes more sense? And like my point in saying that is that 9 times out of 10 that doesn't exist. Like some of the most incredible moments that I've seen in a live action story specifically is precisely because they either pull something that I didn't expect but they do something within my collective knowledge of how the world system works. Like there's a fight in World Trigger that happens. Not gonna tell specifics.
I'll be right back
because I don't want to spoil it. Sure. Where for the longest time the characters have been trying to beat this one particular person because their Tryon levels are just really high. Which basically means that they can carpet bomb just as much as they want, and most other characters can't do that, which makes it difficult. So they have to use. So you think that the strategy that they use against him would be incredibly complex, but actually, no. They did something. What they did was take advantage of something that they really, really did not expect. And it essentially comes down to severely underestimating one of the team members and their capacity to change up their loadout in order to suit this battle. And that is what nets them to win. People who are in the know exactly which fight I'm talking about. But it's ingenious because we have an understanding of how the system works, especially since in this case it's heavily skill based. And so this means that the writer has to be creative when coming up with solutions to complicated problems. And it most of the time does a very good job. Another good example is like pick almost any fight from JoJo, especially in part 2. Like that show's fights is really, really good in that sense. That people just naming different snakes. No gas snake, plasma snake, metal snake, mineral snake, redstone snake. Also fat snake and turtle snake.
What about
God damn,
Sandstone
dude.
Snake?
Oh god. Sticky
President
snake.
Snake.
Sticky.
That's
Oh,
solid.
sticky snake.
Sticky Snake.
Super Snake 3.
Here's a snake beyond snakes.
The amazing digital snake.
Oh my god.
Alrighty, let us continue this video.
Story's tension. If a character can just become overwhelmingly strong because the plot demands it, then I'm going to lose investment because a character is clearly being protected by the writer, which again takes me out of the story. If I didn't understand just how much more powerful Vader was than Luke in The Empire Strikes Back, this fight would lose a lot of its tension. And if Luke somehow won this fight, I would never be invested in their rematch. You know, like exactly what happened with the sequel trilogy. Rey beats Kylo despite the fact she's never trained with either a lightsaber or in the Force before, and as a result, we just had no tension in their rematch, because we know she's clearly the writer's favourite. They're just gonna bail her out whenever they want to. We all know now nothing's ever gonna happen to her. I was gonna joke she has more plot armour than Jesus, but then I remembered, she literally comes back from the dead, and she didn't even have like 3 days. I feel so little tension.
Oh my god, Rey power scales Jesus.
Bro, you know what? That's more freaking plot armor than Kiriyamato does. Oh my god, man.
Uh-oh.
He survived 3 deaths,
Why?
but each time he does have to, you know, rest for a few days.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and two or I think one of which was him surviving a nuclear explosion, by the way.
I think Twi's account just got stolen.
Wait, what?
I just got sent like a spam message from her in private Discord.
Oh, fuck me too.
Oh shit. Oh no.
Oh, god damn it.
Okay, I'm gonna message her as soon as I can to try and figure that out.
Yeah. Is My Hero Academia peerless propaganda? I saw that thumbnail. Oh my god. I think it was the last thing she one of the last thing she posted before that. Fuck, man. Yeah, everyone pray for Twi right now. Holy shit.
Yeah, I'm scared. Oh no.
Yeah, that's random hacks got her, I guess. Yeah, it's so fucking dumb, man. Regularly change your passwords, people.
Okay. If she starts messaging different groups that she's in, that's gonna be very annoying.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
the Scuff Semblance long lost brother. Yeah, the hacker. This isn't Scuff. This is hacking bullshit.
Yeah. Fucking assholes. We lost a real Jesus.
Jeez, Twi, I know you're an atheist, but you didn't need to literally crash out. Jesus Christ, man.
Just when Jesus Christ was mentioned in the video, too.
I'm actually going to mute myself and call her. If you could carry the stream briefly.
No problem. Okay. But let's see. But yeah, like stories. Especially like stories that are carried by their action definitely rely upon like the scaling being like very consistent. And if the characters grow stronger and are capable of doing something that they weren't able to do previously, you gotta explain that. And that explanation does, you have to also. It's one thing to have an explanation, but it's also another thing to make it emotionally satisfying or gratifying to the audience. Like technically speaking, sure, Sakura Haruno from Naruto is like one of the strongest characters in the series, but like her journey to becoming that strong is dog shit because we barely see her for most of the show, and we don't really see the intricate ways in which she learns how to become better. So by the time she's reintroduced in the war arc and she's capable of this and that, well then it's like, okay, I guess. Like that's not very engaging or enjoyable. If she was actually head, I hope she recovers. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Guys, if you know this is the hack. This is it. This is what I just got sent by her.
Yeah, me too.
this is one of those, like, if you know these, like, these go around. I think if you click on the images, something happens, but this is terrifying. She owns the server that we're currently in, so
Yeah. So I don't know how that's gonna work.
Yeah,
like that's why I'm like kind of like iffy about blocking the account as well, because I don't know what that will
it
do.
is recoverable, I think, but I don't know. Like, she might be too busy to pick up because she didn't pick up my call. But
Yeah, I don't know how much time it'll usually take to do that.
yeah,
But yeah, Sakura Haruno, who lost every fight except for the one time she let someone more competent literally puppet her body. Yeah, exactly that kind of shit. Greetings everyone. Hey, no, we're in a bit of a crisis situation because
Twi just
account
got
hacked.
Yeah, we think Twi just got hacked, and I'm pretty sure Twi got hacked. So be careful. If she sent you anything, do not click on it. Do not click on anything she might have sent you. Okay? Just be sure. Anyone that knows Twi personally and she has like a private DM with you, do not click on anything she sends you. All right? Until we give the all clear. I'm actually going to
it might be good to maybe at everyone in both the in her Discord and also in the Tundra.
Is there any way I can block this particular thing? Message link, report message, I guess. Spam. Something else. Person is too young to use Discord, so we're gonna do. Person just got back. Hacks, cheats, phishing, or malicious links. The thing is, if I report it, I don't want it to, like, if she tries to recover.
It is recoverable. I had a friend go through this, but it took a day at least. Yikes.
Yeah.
Let
so
me see.
She might be out for the count.
That fucking sucks.
Someone said, who said what to you about how long it takes?
Kaiser C. Dedarex, I believe, in chat. Yeah, Dedarex said that. Yeah,
but it takes a day at least. Oh no. Well, that doesn't answer why she's not responding on her phone. Unless her phone got hacked, which, Jesus Christ, that'd be a mess. Oh, this is a shame because she wanted to talk about this subject.
See the at? What at? Mars Wolf.
Ugox's?
Oh, do you know a manhwa, The Breaker? It's martial arts type thing. I don't know if it works with power scaling. I do. I used to read manhwa and web comics. I do not. I never heard of that one. I haven't been doing that in ages, bro. Like, I used to read a lot of those, like right after high school, but I just kind of fell off them. Especially when a lot of them are just like really, really freaking similar. Oh no, I was saying I saw the at you posted. No, never mind, man. Sorry about that. Yeah.
We might have to continue without her. This is awful.
Yeah,
and she's about to leave. I guess she's heading to a convention. So this is like the worst time to have gotten hit with it.
Yeah. That sucks.
Let's see if the next vid for next time. Well, then we're gonna have a dead end stream here. Epicule, I hope Twi's okay. And yeah, Kaiser manhwas tend to be really similar. There's like one or two manhwa that I really like, but ultimately, like, actually, I should make an announcement.
Yeah, that's why I said, yeah, you should probably like make an announcement in the Tundra.
Yeah, and also everyone.
I already added everybody in her Discord, but
oh, message. Yeah, she says I might have been. Well, you sent a spam link to me and a bunch of people. How about you? People. You are no longer in the call if you hadn't noticed.
Yeah. Oh, God. That's unfortunate. I think a perfect example of what Kaiser is talking about is in Jedi Fallen Order. Siri is suddenly able to engage several inquisitorial troopers in the last mission of the game. I I still need to play that game. I had it stuck in my Steam account for a while, but I have not played it yet. So I have to see. In the arm of the angel. God, man. God, guys. Yeah, wishing well to I hope she gets her account back. Yeah, same here. But yeah, well, more than likely, if it really does take that long, we may have to really push forward, which is unfortunate. Or if you want to, we can end it here. I don't know.
No. We'll see. I couldn't find my phone, or else I would have solved this earlier. Let's see. Yeah, no shit. I couldn't find my phone, or else I would have solved this earlier. Yeah. It's sounding like it might take... Oh!
Wait, what?
She was just here.
Oh. Damn, okay, I didn't hear the freaking effect or whatever. That's weird.
Twi.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Quick, change your passwords and all that shit.
I did!
Oh, okay, all right. I'm like, look, I'm panicking. Like, I imagine you're panicking. I'm just being like, sure.
I had to change the passwords in order to get into my account.
Okay. Oh, God. Jesus. I've never seen that happen before.
Yeah, that's wild.
Sky Slasher for $2. I blamed Power Scale.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, she's back, guys. She lives.
I'm just glad that happened. If it had to have happened, that it happened while we were doing this and I wasn't like asleep or some shit.
Yeah, 100%. That would have been really bad. Which reminds me, I definitely need to maybe change my password later. I don't think I've clicked on anything weird recently, but I gotta do it just in case. Epic Kyo, $2. Welcome back, Twilight, the Digimon legend. Oh, man.
Okay. Yeah, I know.
God, the anti-scalers didn't get you.
Okay.
Because the only thing that I got was a notification saying that my account might be in violation of something. But then as soon as I change my passwords and stuff, I'm getting notifications saying like we've removed the violation from your account. Like reviewing the violation policy determined that it does not violate our community guidelines or whatever. Like weird.
Yo, where does Yoruichi from Bleach scale for ending a man's marriage IRL? Excuse me?
What? Wait, what?
Did someone get so horny over Yoruichi that it ended his marriage?
That's what I'm thinking.
Because like I believe it happened. I think that man like I now the question is, was it this man was like how obsessive over Yoruichi was this man? Because I could see like the average man, even a married man, is going to have certain go-to stimulating materials, but there is a level where it becomes replacement for your significant other, and I have to imagine that was a level of replacement that was not healthy. I can't blame him. Once you go black, you never go back. No.
Whoa, what the?
First of all, she's dark skinned. She's not black.
Yeah.
She's like I don't know, maybe like more Okinawan? But like she's not she's not black, but also like AI girlfriend unhealthy. Oh.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Yeah, that can happen.
Yeah, that explains it. Okay.
I'm not opposed to like AI chat. Well, I think there's issues with AI chatbots, like ethically, but I'm overall okay with them. But my God, AI girlfriends? That is a dangerous fucking hill. Very dangerous hill.
And you said this guy was married too already? Like,
his wife made him mad at him for taking their daughter to 1,000-Year Blood War movie. Oh, I can see it.
A man took.
I will say, Yoroichi is involved in the hilarity that is the first episode's opening title, like the title number or episode number.
A man took his wife and child to Bleach Core 4, and due to the fan service, his wife called him an incel and demanded a divorce with him, at least according to him. What the fuck?
Oh. If she's not black, it's if they'll stop people from claiming her as such. Yeah, no, that's true. People are just going to do that. Okay. I imagine there's more to that story, but if this was like, if that's the cold description, the only things we need to know, wife is in the wrong. I mean, obviously, she's right to be mad at him because, yeah, that's not a responsible place to take. Actually, wait, how old is their child? Like,
yeah, that is another question.
I guess no, we do need to know more information, but I don't want to spend time about this.
Yeah,
like,
we don't have enough material to go to do a whole "Am I the asshole?"
Yeah, there's legitimately it could go either way depending on extra information. Right. I kind of want to look it up. I know nothing. You can give us the whole rundown next week.
Yeah.
We got here from Twi possibly being hacked. Yes, Yoroichi, a man getting divorced over Yoroichi ended up hacking Twilight's account. And that's why we're here talking about snakes who are fighting rats and alligators in Dragon Ball. There we go. That's the summary of the stream.
It's very simple, actually.
Yeah, it's like poetry. It rhymes. All right.
Very apt, given we're in the Star Wars section of this video.
Let us move into rounding this video.
And I think that's how attention for Rey now, and I think that's how most of you probably felt as well, knowing the writers will protect her at all costs, that we can literally see her die, her corpse turn pale, and we all knew she'd be fine. Was a single person even worried she wouldn't be okay? Well, yeah, okay, this guy, but you know, other than him, who else? I think power scaling is vital for any story's emotional.
That guy is just unfortunately very sad, because I think he was very genuine with the Rise of Skywalker trailer, and he got mocked for it, but also like the overreaction became his claim to fame, and like it feels like he's just kind of trapped in that because it got him attention, which is kind of, you know, unfortunate for a lot of YouTubers. If it's according to him, I'm not sure I completely trust the story, because yeah, it's a bit am I the asshole. That can get a couple bonus details that has all go yes you are. Yeah, I can imagine you can.
More than likely, yeah.
Twi just went through her low point in a Digimon battle. Yeah, actually, kind of.
Yeah.
She didn't laugh. I imagine she stepped away.
No, I'm reviewing stuff.
Ah. Okay.
No, I guess that was, yeah.
Well, okay, not any story. You can watch Mamma Mia pretty comfortably without knowing whether Meryl Streep or Pierce Brosnan would win in a fight. But if your story's going to have physical conflicts, then power scaling's important. As long as you don't fall into the pit of having the strongest character win every time. Yes, sometimes weaker opponents win, but it's got to be within reason. If you want to keep the story believable and your audience immersed, having a character magically win a fight out of thin air doesn't help the emotional stakes. It straight up harms them. I'm sure someone is going to leave that Stan Lee quote in the comment section about the winner being whoever the writer wants it to be, but all due respect respect to the legend, that quote just seems like a bit of a deepity to me. Yeah, of course the winner is going to be whoever the writer wants it to be. But boy, that is not saying anything of substance. The question is, did they make it convincing enough for the audience? And these days, that seems like something writers unfortunately care less and less about. So, in conclusion, how does anyone think Mario could beat Sonic in a fight? It's ridiculous! Sonic is just clearly so much more powerful than Mario. Mario isn't even a speedster! How would he even touch him? It doesn't make any sense, this whole debate is so shit!
I hope that he had all edited for copyright. I imagine he does, or otherwise there's some shots in there I wonder how he got away with.
Yeah, Jesus. But like overall, like yeah, good video. Also, I have seen this guy's channel before. He made a video talking about why Luke's character in The Last Jedi was out of character. And that was 8 months ago. Yeah, this is a newer guy. This is an up and comer.
Yeah, no, honestly, it'd be kind of good to get him under our wing, kind of bring him on the podcast and be like, hey, buddy, you want to talk about it? That'd be fun to invite him.
Yeah.
I say that like we're somehow like massive YouTubers, like, oh yeah, not even 20,000 subscribers, and it's like I want to help, I want to boost this guy as much as I can. This is a very
Rising Tides and all that.
This guy had a very nice condensed video. He got right to the point and covered it, and even had a few good funnies in there too. Like, I don't disagree with anything he said.
Yeah. We had to. We had to artificially, jacked up the runtime on this thing. But needless to say, we all really appreciate what he was saying, and
Shark Jumping Walrus based. Thank you. And then also, Malik Pierre says, looked into the message by the guy, and apparently it wasn't because of Yoroichi fully. It was Orihime's boobs that were the deal breaker. Excuse me?
But what? Okay, but was it because of how the husband reacted to seeing them on screen, or is it because they took him there at all?
Yeah, there are several questions about the nature of this entire scenario.
Did they know about did he know going in about the manga and stuff, or was it my son likes this series and they're having a movie, so we may as well just go and watch it, or some type like that.
By the way, thank you Omega Rob for this depiction of snakes in a box. I love you labeled fucking Raiden as Slippery Snake. Oh, that's fun.
God.
That one's fun.
Hold on. Let me see that.
Also, why does Solid Snake look like Steve Amell? He looks like Steve Amell. Am I tripping? Is that like a weird edit of him? He looks like the guy that played Oliver in The Arrow. Who honestly wouldn't be a bad choice. Different.
Yeah, that would actually be a decent choice if we were to do a fan casting there.
That's the thing. If Orihime's boobs were the problem, I am so confused, because Yoroichi was stark naked in that major episode involving her. We're talking levels of, why are you doing this coming from me, the pervert? It was when they're doing a thing that even I say that might be exploitative, I get kind of uncomfortable. And then now you're saying, oh, it's Orihime. I'm like, Orihime's outfit is stupid, but yeah.
I know said that he found the Reddit thread that has the story.
Yeah. Anyway.
So yeah.
There are several parts. Oh my god, there's several parts.
We can talk about that another time.
Yeah, we can talk about that another time. That's just wild.
Wait, there are several parts. What? Is it? What is this shit, like a freaking trilogy or something? Like what?
Oh. Okay. But yeah. Why, everything good on your end?
So.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Awesome.
So this next one is by a larger channel, Drelix, who talks about the power scaling law. Drelix, Drolix, just to be annoying. The power scaling lie no one talks about. that's and I read in the synopsis, it's about how writers allegedly don't care about power scaling, which I find interesting. It's the pair of these two videos unintentionally led into each other really nicely.
Yeah.
Because he was all like, the last one asserted that writers are less and less caring about power scaling, and now we're in a discussion about how writers might care or might not care about power scaling.
Yeah. I think what I'm predicting this is going to be about is going to be obviously mainly focusing on Invincible and the specific statements that like Robert Kirkman fucking said in interviews relating to like the concept of power scaling and stuff following season 4 of Invincible.
Right.
If I remember correctly, he said like, "Oh, that stuff is bad, or I don't care about it."
So does overpowering the hack affect your power scaling, Twilight?
Yes, obviously, because it is just a bot, and I am more powerful than a bot.
Yes.
Including Kaiser.
Oh no!
Oh, way now. Hold on. Let's not go that far.
Hands have been thrown.
No, you're the one that is okay.
Oh no,
she better?
Kaiser, you're one of the good ones, you.
Because you're not Maverick, that's why.
I mean, that is true. I am not Maverick.
Pulled the Digimon tamers and consumed the bot. No, no, you don't want that bot. Ew. It's like eating from a dumpster. But yeah, let us see what this video has in offer for us. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Now, I've seen hundreds of...
I didn't hear a yes from Fly, so I don't want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Videos on the internet complaining about Invincible's power scaling problem, especially during this new season. But the same comeback keeps being used to shut down anyone who brings this up. And that's, the writer said he doesn't care about power scaling, so somehow it shouldn't matter. The problem is, this is...
Interesting.
Yeah, I forgot that I actually seen this video. I think this is way before it got recommended to us, though. So I didn't even know we were going to have it on, but like, yeah, from what I remember, this guy has some really interesting takes.
I'm gonna look at that tweet from Kirkman.
Keeps being used to shut down anyone who brings this up, and that's, the writer said he...
Authors don't care about power scaling. That's not...
Yeah, that wasn't from Kirkman. I think what Kirkman said was in an interview. It wasn't a tweet.
Why aren't you throwing up the interview if Robert Kirkman said this? Unless there is qualifier to that he's going to throw up in a bit. So that's where
I think right here is he's just talking about general statements people are saying about power
scaling. That's right. Like, I wonder if it's a misunderstanding of what he said.
Yeah.
Doesn't care about power scaling, so somehow it shouldn't matter. The problem is, this is a straight up lie. The creator of Invincible is lying when he says that he doesn't care about power scaling, to the audience and himself. I think he does care, even if he doesn't want to admit it. I think every creator who writes power fantasy stories has to care about power scaling, just not in the way you're probably thinking. You can't make powers central to your plot and not power scale. It's impossible. You can't ignore the rules of your own world and still expect the audience to care when characters are in danger. That's just not how it works. So
that is true. Exactly.
Yep.
Pasta Session, welcome to the crew. Enjoy all the emotes you just got, and as well as access to the Tundra Discord server, where you will not encounter the hacked Twilight Guardian.
Yeah. Yeah, they almost fridged our dog. Like,
yeah, oh my god, Twilight almost got fridged. It was going to be our tragic backstory.
Yeah,
you guys would have won then.
But she subverted expectations, and we're glad that she's back.
Yes. I am too powerful.
Yeah.
I'm made of spite.
As a comic creator who absolutely loves the show, and I look up to...
the author cares but is in denial. Ain't that a loaded statement? I actually think that might be a good point. Because, like, okay, to jump on what he's probably going to explain, but I just want to kind of get it out because I want to sound smart. the idea that like you're making a power fantasy story and you don't care how powerful your main character is in relation to all the other characters if you want to be powerful, doesn't everyone else have to be weaker and thus your character more powerful than them? Isn't that how that works? Like, you should have to care about it to some degree. It doesn't mean you put any extra effort into it, but you care about the illusion of the power scaling at the very least.
Yeah.
It's really funny because when Raymond and I were going through early Bleach, he thought that Bleach was a power fantasy anime.
Yeah. By
so,
reputation. So
yeah, by reputation, but also because of well, I think you also accused it of being that within the first couple of episodes because of how strong Ichigo was just right off the bat. And you weren't taking it seriously, but then like if that was the case, because you did say that that's what it felt like with the Netflix adaptation. It doesn't feel like there is any kind of progression.
No.
Ichigo just is a Soul Reaper for like 3 hours, and then all of a sudden he's fighting Grand Fisher and fucking Renji.
Yeah. Oh, and then also like not dying to Byakuya multiple times.
Yeah.
Guys, Night 7, thank you, Daigato. The battle of power scaling.
Yo, to a lot of people online, this debate is like their Vietnam, okay?
Well, if you do it badly, you get insert generic isekai here, maybe solo leveling too. Solo leveling, like, it falls into that category. There's a lot of quote-unquote isekai that aren't isekai. Like, they have all the trappings of bad isekai.
Yeah, they look like isekai, they smell like isekai, and they sound like isekai, but they're not isekai.
The go-to obviously is sort of online, who started the modern trend of isekai. It's not really an isekai. Right. It's a video game system.
Kirkman, I love everything that's happening for him with Invincible. I'm not just going to rant, but I'm also going to be sharing a 2-word system I came up with that I think can perfectly fix every single power scaling problem in Invincible. I'm not even joking. I actually think it can fix plot holes in any...
that was blurred for decency's sake. It's not safe for work.
Yeah. You know, when you have 2 circles intersecting like that, you gotta make it safe for the kids.
Ew.
What? It's just circles.
So if you're
that's why he censored it, Twi. Come on.
First of all, let's actually just define power scaling, because everyone is throwing around the term without explaining what it means. So power scaling has gotten a really bad reputation because people associate it with those fanboys who use math and feats to just debate whether your favorite character can beat Goku. But the actual definition of power scaling is the practice of assessing the physical power and abilities of a fictional character through comparison with another character. So every...
Okay.
Very correct definition. Also, SpongeBob sweeps. No, I will not elaborate.
Writer thinks about this because they have...
Sorry, I heard some Renji slander about him using Bankai on a wall. I mean, a lot of people use Bankai on walls. Like, that's not strange. The Renji slander is the accurate slander if he just keeps getting bodied in fights.
Is it slander if it's true?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Look, the defamation is a very complicated definition. Anyway.
This character A beat character B. Can this character punch through a wall, or can they punch through a planet? If a writer decides a punch hurts one person, but it doesn't hurt the other, they have officially power scaled their characters, whether or not they admit it. So here's proof that the writer of Invincible, who said he doesn't care about power scaling, does, even though he doesn't claim that he does. So there's...
Okay. Different direction. Then I thought... The way you want to phrase this is that power scaling is not something necessarily they care about. It's something that is always extant. It is no matter what, when you have gauges of strength to any degree, that's power scaling. It's there. It's present. You can't avoid it, especially in shows like this.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like what we were saying in the stream last week. Certain tropes or elements of writing, they're kind of like nature, you know what I mean? It's like rain naturally falling from the sky, which is relevant because it's cloudy out right now and it's probably gonna rain tonight. But you know, it's just something that's always going to happen. And it's like, yes, Ultimate Spider-Man. I want to forget that show. That show was so fucking annoying.
Really?
Yeah, I did not like that show, especially given that, like, you know, did when Disney gotten, you know, Spider-Man and all of that stuff, they shut down Spectacular. They were gonna have another season. I'm still salty about that.
How was Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man? That came out, right?
I
Was it
have
any
not
good?
seen that. I heard mixed things about it, but overall, I think people's take on it's pretty mid. But it's
How
better
long?
than Marvel Spider-Man,
How,
apparently.
how long until? Kidding me? Because my Marvel Spider-Man movie's been pretty good, except for freaking Doctor Strange. But that's a whole wormhole. I was gonna say, how long until you
not
think?
MCU Marvel
Oh.
Spider-Man. There's a cartoon that was made after Ultimate called Marvel's Spider-Man.
Oh, okay. Huh. How long do you think until Disney gets desperate enough to dust off Spectacular Spider-Man for a new season, but they don't bring back any of the original writers like they did with Daredevil?
Oh my god! Like they just pull what's the word?
A Daredevil?
Which show? Yeah, pull a Daredevil. Oh my fucking god, bro! If that happens, if the original writers are not gonna be in it, Josh Keaton, the voice of Spidey in that show, he's gonna walk. He's not gonna participate. He's gonna say, "Fuck this shit." No, that guy knows what's up.
This scene specifically in season 4, spoilers if you haven't watched it, but Omni-Man comes back home from space and he decides to talk to Debbie, his ex-wife, and she's super angry at him because, you know, the last time they met he called her a pet and kind of put their son in front of a train, but we don't talk about that. But as they're talking, she walks up to him
scene.
and as she's angry at him and she starts like throwing punches at him, she like literally punches him. He doesn't fly away and there isn't like this massive impact frame. No. In fact, she bleeds. Nolan doesn't budge when Debbie punches him because the writer chose to respect the power gap, their power scaling. This is good power scaling because it stays consistent with what the writer established earlier on in the story. Debbie is human. Humans aren't that strong in the story. Viltrumites are literally planet-conquering super soldiers. They're closer to Kryptonians, not the same level though. But the main point is that he established these are super powerful godlike beings and humans are just regular. So when she punches him, and she bleeds, that is power scaling. It's showing the difference in power between him and Debbie. And that understanding makes it so much better because it keeps the story consistent and it also allows us to have stakes. This proves.
Yeah, this is all good points. It all works really well there. That's.
And it's even better with like Debbie's scene because Debbie's part of this scene because even though, you know, obviously she is relative to everybody else, she's a side character, the story does a fantastic job centering her and her feelings about everything that's happened. And you can tell that to Mark and later Oliver, who comes into the narrative, that she is very much like the moral backbone of the show. Like when Mark feels like she has, you know, he does not know what to do. Like Debbie is able to stand tall in regards to that. But there are also times where we actually get to see her feel weak because of this. And all of this is worked up to when she finally encounters Omni-Man again. And that scene is perfect. Like the VAs did a great job with it, especially.
Adam Men 6784. All I'll say is that you don't need to be obsessed over power scaling, but you also can't have like a Cyberman kill Goku without explanation. Yes.
Yeah, basically.
You
know, you don't have to have writers use like terms like necessary like attack potency or frame scaling or whatever the fuck, you know, things like that. No, you don't have to have, when you're writing a story, you don't got to do that. You do got to answer this question. Which of these characters, what outcome of this encounter do I want to have, and how do I want to have that happen?
Sweep the leg.
And then, yeah, what'd you say?
Sweep the leg.
Sweep the leg. Discombobulate.
Discombobulate. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry for being quiet. This actually is going by really fast already because, like, it's agreeable.
Yeah, it's pre-based video.
Kirkman, the creator, the writer of Invincible, does care about power scaling. He used scaling to show how Nolan's godlike status without a single line of dialogue, but he still shows that Debbie, on some level, he cares for her because she's punching him. He could probably destroy her, but he chooses not to. He stands there, he listens.
Probably. I mean, I know you're just like, you're being casual, but like, he could destroy her. He could blink and she could die. Like, that is the scale that we're at right now. Yes. Yeah. Just a little bit of script cleaning. I mean, I'm guilty of this too, so.
To her, even the reason why this makes the writing so much better is because we understand the power difference. We as the audience, we get it. Debbie cannot take on Omni-Man, despite how many fan animations include impact frames, you know. And if they truly didn't care about power scaling, they wouldn't bother making the Viltrumites look untouchable throughout the entire show. They always show like the Viltrumites are the top of the food chain in the universe, essentially. That is something that they're trying to push on you, on your mind. Viltrumites are dangerous. Viltrumites are like the final big bad threat, you know. So if they didn't care about power scaling, then they wouldn't be doing that. Now, bad power scaling is like the difference between season 1 Omni-Man and season 4 Omni-Man. So there's something that Omni-Man does in season 1 that kind of contradicts something else that happens in season 4. And that's the fact that in season 1, he could easily destroy the entire Flaxen civilization when he enters that dimension. He does it so, like, he literally goes through. It's one of the most iconic animated scenes in the entire show. This is one of those scenes.
Pausing for copyright. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, I presume these guys copyright shield their things, but you can never tell.
That I guess you never know. But like, then again, when I use freaking Invincible footage in my video bat, I didn't really get hit.
Okay.
So
also, JJK.
That was definitely in the top 10 scenes of the show. And the reason it was so cool is because it showed how powerful Omni-Man was. Genuinely, Omni-Man in season 1 felt super powerful because of that power difference you could feel between him and everything else. Now in season 4, he's with Oliver and Mark on an alien planet, and Mark is recovering, and him and Oliver are like going on these little adventures, but something weird happens. He faces off against some bugs, and he seems to actually be struggling with them for no reason. Now this doesn't seem like the same exact character as in season 1, who was taking out an entire civilization. And on top of that, there is a flashback that shows Nolan taking out a monster on the beach when he meets Cecil for the first time in seconds. Like, that should not have been as difficult as it was in season 4 for him to do. But there is a solution. There is a small way they could have done it, which I'm going to show later on, which could essentially help with this scene. Before moving on.
But yeah, how do we feel about that? It'd be like, I guess the equivalent would be is like, okay, we see a bunch of Soul Reapers cutting down hollows casually, but then, you know, suddenly Ichigo is struggling against a regular hollow, not even like Adhuchas. Just like a regular, like, I guess maybe a Gillian. We'll say it's a
regular hollow, that like looks the same as the ones he fought before. And like the worst part is, like, notice the footage during that fight, right? The animation was just was so incredibly slow. And this goes back to what I said before about presentation. However powerful or weak your characters are, presentation is important.
Okay, but wasn't he also recovering from a previous fight?
That was like several, at least I believe this moment was like weeks out of that fight.
Like, so if I was moving around like he was in terms of like injuries, and like I could normally punch a giant bug to death, I would imagine that I would be able to do that still pretty well. I don't think that I'm like that injured that I can't deal with a typical threat.
Exactly. But even then, it was like at least a month after the conquest fight. So like, yeah, he's long since recovered from them. And hell, even during that battle, Nolan was one of the people that got hurt the least anyway.
Invincible has it so that everyone is weak compared to Viltrumites, regardless of whatever their powers are. And it's fine to have that roof, but you got to be careful with a roof like that. I mean, that is one of my biggest gripes with Bleach, is just the constant level of this new guy appears and they are suddenly so much more powerful. This new threat appears and they are suddenly so much more powerful. It's like, okay, first it's the captains appear, or the lieutenant appears, and it's, you know, Renji's powerful, but also the captain's there, and he's even more powerful. Then they get, you know, the Soul Society arc. Oh, the captains are like the cream of the crop. They're the top. They're the most dangerous things to ever exist. Then the end of the arc, Aizen pops, and he's suddenly leagues above them. It's like, oh, okay. And then the Arankars show up, and suddenly the captains are struggling really hard. There is a caveat to that one, but even then, even after they get unsealed, they struggle against the Espadas. Yeah. And then you know, you get into Hueco Mundo, and suddenly, these regular Arankars are a big issue for our heroes. Like it
No, they weren't regular Arankar.
Sorry, the
Primero Espada.
Primero Espada.
Like they were Espada level threats.
Right.
Pretty much. So like they were still powerful, but even then, like, they're not so much more powerful than our heroes. They were on par with them.
BRB,
or else they wouldn't have been able to defeat them. So like, it's either that they are more powerful than them or they are on par with them.
Yeah.
But that's because if they are weaker than them, then why would that be entertaining to us? Like, I know that you found it frustrating, but I never understood your frustration with that, because like, if all of the enemies were weaker than our heroes, then we wouldn't be entertained by it.
The one example I pull is Memories of Nobody. And while the enemies weren't interesting because I just don't think they got fleshed out, I liked how they operated mechanically in the story as threats, because they had to operate on hit and run tactics. They basically, it was an enemy that were underdogs the entire time. They weren't really comparable to our main threats, and in a straight up fight, they got bodied hard, but they were still combatively interesting to watch. I don't want that all the time, mind you, but I think it's a good example of, like, you can underpower. It's just they didn't get a lot of personality, unfortunately.
I think that that's only because we had seen most of our enemies thus far being either stronger or on par with our main characters. And also, I'm gonna kind of disagree that I did not find any of them interesting at all. I'm glad that they were taken out fairly quickly, because that wasn't really the interesting part of the story for me.
Oh, like I said, they were not well characterized.
I'm back.
That was my big issue with them. Is like, you guys could give them a lot more flavor here. It's like,
yeah, but that also wasn't the point of the story. The only reason why we cared about them was because they were a threat to Senna, not because we cared about them as villains in and of themselves. But
I'm happy to have this porridge. It's a change of pace, but it's kind of bland.
Even then, like, you could say with Thousand Year Blood War, like, what made that war so devastating wasn't necessarily because they were so much stronger than our heroes, but because they had certain technical advantages over the Soul Society.
Yeah, Yugox, I get what you're describing as a common issue in Battle Shonen, but I'm with Twilight Guardian. You're not describing yourself. It's one of those issues that, like, I struggle to describe. It's one of those things that, like, I can't articulate, and it's like one of those, I'm gonna have to study, like, My Hero, because I think My Hero Academia does a great job of balancing the scales when it comes down to the physical, or the I guess the power level of threats versus, like, it being more engaging about the skill of the people at play. And so it never feels like the characters get bodied by anyone that isn't the toppest tier threat. It's more that when something is introduced, the characters have the ability to pivot and actually get through. It feels much more even, but that's yeah.
Well, also, I think the majority of those fights, what makes them different from something like Bleach, is that a lot of those fights are training, or they're competitions for, like, not
They're not
Yeah,
life or death scenarios like Bleach, for instance.
Yeah, a lot of them are like based on goals. So in their specific
my brain immediately went to the forest. I want to put that, like, my brain went to the forest encounter, where I thought that was incredibly balanced.
Okay, but that does not negate the fact that the majority of the fights that are still like that are not the forest.
Wait, the real Yarp? Wait a second. Wait a second. Guy's named the real Yarp in the chat. Is this guy who I think it is?
Who?
Yeah, these guys, they have their own podcast. I saw one of their videos and they were shitting on Lily Orchard for like some of her World of Warcraft takes. Yeah, y'all were pretty fun. That was a while ago.
I was gonna say, the real Yarp, are they who I think are? No, that's the fake Yarp.
Yeah. Will the real Yarp please stand up?
But yeah, the fact that none of the captains lost a single battle against Espada is crazy to me. Also, Yamato killing that Arrancar was what triggered the anti-Yamato trap, if I recall. Yeah, no, like there, that was also like not the engagement. Like, I'm trying to like word this because my issue is more like how every arc seems to start with this overpowering enemy coming in, bulldozing our heroes. It's a much more specific problem that I'm trying to describe, where it feels like our heroes just constantly get completely bulldozed every single time, and then they have to build back up. And I get why that's powerful. It just gets old after a while. Like there are other structures to it, is what I'm trying to say, and that's Bleach. Basically, for Bleach, it's just brushing off old reliable.
I don't know. Like, I think that it would be very difficult to make things like that. Like, you're going to find things get boring fairly quickly, especially if you're constantly watching media and you're doing it from a critical lens. It's kind of one of the reasons why I don't quite support always having to be critical of something right off the get-go. You should only pay attention to being critical to a show once you start noticing that there are issues, and then trying to figure out why you're noticing issues. Because you're going to just start being a lot more miserable when you're watching your content. You're not going to enjoy it for the sake of enjoying it. You always have to look for flaws. You always have to look for why this thing doesn't work, in what way and why. And instead of just enjoying it for what it is.
Dedarex says, remember when Hitsugaya and his team had limiter tattoos for fear of affecting the living world, and it's never brought up again when they're much stronger characters? I'm going to push back on that, because, like, yes, it does contribute to the issue that I have, because that's where, like, the Gote 13 get bodied by the Arrancars initially, and, like, that's like, oh, then they pop out the trump card, and it's like, oh, everyone powers up. But I'm pretty sure it's been mentioned a couple of times that, like, it was relevant all throughout the Winter War, because they had to teleport the fucking town to the Soul Society. It was relevant. Like, basically, it was relevant when it needed to be relevant. Like, everything else was the Fullbring arc, which was relatively low power comparatively, and then the Quincy War, which is
well, not only that,
Soul Society.
But we got told during the fight with Renji that happens. So we already knew that Gente Kaijo was a thing prior to that happening, because when Ichigo was in Soul Society going to save Rukia, and he encountered Renji, he was pretty sure that he would beat Renji, and Renji said, well, no, because when anyone who is lieutenant level or higher goes to the living world, our power gets reduced by Soul Society. So we already got told that prior.
Yeah.
That
like,
was the thing.
The information is there. Like, it was there. Izanagi, I can attest to this. I tried to be critical of all obligation of keeping up with the discourse, and I felt horrid. Iza, you're a fringe case. Let's let's be clear. You're a fringe case, and like we are trying to help you specifically.
Yes. I will agree. Iza is a fringe case, but I do think that he is not.
Alone.
I think that I think that he is not alone in that, and that anyone can fall into that trap. That he is not unique in that sense.
Yeah, I mean, I've fallen into it too. I'm not ashamed to say that. Say that, and Urahara probably gave them a way to protect the world, as I don't think he has that tattoo, and they are fine. Urahara and later, should I mention? Have they gotten up to that reveal yet? I'll say Grand Fisher.
Oh, for whom? Like, who are you?
The Grand Fisher's a wrong car reveal. That
Yeah,
fight.
but who are you asking?
For Zero or whoever might be watching.
I mean, Liubi is not there yet. Lightning isn't there yet, but that's about it. Like, Zero and Robbie and all of the rest who are doing the group watch with us, we're already in the Winter War.
Okay, so like the point is, like, there's another character that like also has an explanation. They're weird fringe cases. Also Urahara probably doesn't want to advertise himself. That's also like a big thing. I'm back. I heard Twi got temporarily hacked. What the heck happened while I was gone? Well, you can see it on picture. Dederex did a good artist depiction of the low point of the battle.
Yeah.
Poor Palmon. She's not having a good time.
Yeah, no.
Don't worry, this was the low point. We're better now.
I need to think about what Digimon partner I would have. I have to think about that. My knowledge on them is so limited.
Let's look at what triggered the entire power scaling debate in the first place. All this started because of one small fan theory and how the writer and creator of Invincible reacted to hearing it. Like, Robert Kirkman, the creator of the Invincible comics, was being interviewed online on a podcast, and he said something that was about to single-handedly piss off his entire fan base.
I am so anti-tying things down with specificity. I think that power scaling annoys me.
Spy, now it's coming through your headphones.
Wait, my headphones?
No, it was Twi this time.
Oh, sorry.
That's maybe it was like I guess for me, maybe it was like a case where it's like my head was too close to the mic, so like maybe it was picking up my headphones just because I was too close. I don't know if that's the case for you or not.
I think it's a combination for me of my my headphone was cranked all the way up and I had my microphone right on my chest. Because I was trying to type something.
Right.
Ugok says, aren't the Visored in the same position as Urahara? Yeah. Like they're all in like the same position effectively.
Oh yeah. I'm sure the fan base is gonna eat me alive for that, but it's like,
basically he said that he thinks that power scaling is dumb, and he also made fun of the adrenaline theory. So, if you don't know what adrenaline theory is, it's a fan idea that Mark gets supercharged in fights because he's half human. Here's like the simple breakdown. The idea is, fans notice that when Mark gets really angry or like badly hurt, he suddenly becomes strong enough to beat older, way more powerful, way more experienced Viltrumites. And they think this is because his human adrenaline, because he's half human, half Viltrumite, gives him a boost that full-blooded Viltrumites don't have. Now, the other half of this is that it suggests that Viltrumites don't have
this is a
adrenaline.
brutal fight.
The reason they don't have adrenaline is because they're kind of these apex predators in the universe where there's nothing really that would scare a Viltrumite. So they kind of evolved away from needing the adrenal gland. That's like the summary of it. Now, the evidence is like, people bring up the fact that in big fights like against Conquest, Mark starts losing, but he ends up winning by going into like a berserker mode. And I think there's even a time when Conquest literally said you don't get stronger just by getting angrier, you know. There's also this one panel in the comic where they are on a planet and Nolan briefly mentions to Mark that he had adrenaline. I think that's kind of what triggered this entire theory. Basically, it's just the fans trying to figure out why Mark is beating a Viltrumite as powerful as Conquest.
This actually brings up an interesting point about all this. Fans will bend over fucking backwards trying to figure out why a problem in a plot happens before they actually criticize it as a plot hole.
Yeah.
I mean, I've done that too, but like because your first thought is like trying to think about what has already been established in the world.
Yes.
And
Yes.
trying to think of the most logical explanation for it. And then if it doesn't really make sense, then you start criticizing it.
Then you got then you got to call bullshit
But,
on that.
like,
And I believe, that's a fair reaction because you always want to give, some kind of deference to the story. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, and the thing is, there are things that can be inferred and interpreted, and like it's perfectly fine. But then there are fans, a lot of fans who aren't critically minded. They bend again. They go above and beyond. Ruby fandom's a great example of this, trying to figure out how things work, and they create these convoluted explanations for themselves, when really it's just poor writing and inconsistencies.
And of course, when you argue against those incredibly like convoluted, rationalizations for why things are the way they are in the story, they don't come up with their own counterexamples, so they just dig their feet in the sand, kind of. And I think part of it is also because like so many of the problems in Ruby, I think it goes back to what we were talking about, like common sense being relative. A lot of the issues that happen in Ruby, especially character decisions, especially very much come from just the writers writing them as if they didn't have any degree of common sense.
Yeah.
But because that shit is, relative, the fans are that leaves a lot more.
Oh my god! He's in chat! It's the common sense! He's in chat, everybody!
You had my freaking hopes up, man. I thought freaking Dralix was gonna be in chat or some shit.
No. Who is it that
fuck.
changed their name to Common Sense? I can't remember who it was that was saying everything, but
it's you. Yeah, dude. You need to be more common, bro.
I don't think the theory has any merit, honestly, in that subtitle. Yeah, I know it doesn't sound like he's agreeing with it. Again, Sonic power scalers.
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. I don't have experience in that area, but I'll give you. I'll take your word for it there. But like, yeah, he's not exactly agreeing with the theory necessarily, but I think he even is going to say in a second that like it's not completely foolproof, but it's better than no explanation at all.
Yes.
Because it's not really mentioned in the story or anything. They're just like, he gets angrier than him, so he wins. Now, fans got annoyed because they felt the theory made the story's logic more solid. It just explains the whole miracle wins. Like, they don't feel like Mark has plot armor. Fans didn't like that Mark could beat Viltrumites with thousands of years of experience just by trying harder. Like, Adrenaline felt like a real kind of scientific reason for him to win. Even though I don't fully agree with this, I get why they were saying this. And it also made him unique, as the fact that he's half Viltrumite, half human is a huge part of the story. So people love the idea that being a half human was like a secret superpower rather than a weakness. And also, it also pissed off fans because Robert called the theory stupid.
What?
I was actually thinking about that earlier, actually. Like just offhandedly, that like maybe the reason why he was so much more powerful than most other aliens or even other what are they called again?
Viltrumites.
Yeah.
The Vegemites.
Just suddenly biting pieces of toast covered in that.
No. That's what's his name? That's Diabeto's enemy. Okay.
No. Vegemites. They're like another antagonist in the same series. They're like a rival evil faction. The Vegemites.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, like the thing that I was thinking about just offhandedly much earlier in the stream was that like the reason why is maybe they're like this incredibly inbred people because they're made to be these warriors. So it's kind of like dog breeding, where you have like
Right.
these beautiful breeds of dogs, but they are incredibly fragile actually because they are so inbred. Whereas you have this mutt that is
Yeah.
half this breed of alien and this other uh alien species. So his genetics are technically stronger. So um instead of like they obviously would think that it would be muddying up or making filthy his genetics or whatever, but in
Mhm.
actuality, because he isn't as inbred, that it actually helps his genetics and makes him even stronger than most other ones. Like that was just the
It
thing that I
is
had thought offhand.
Yeah.
that is very ironic that you thought of that. I'm not going to spoil exactly why, but I think it's very ironic that you mentioned that because that
It,
does play into something that happens later in the story.
I was gonna say, is
Mhm.
that like humanity is actually a grave weakness? Is that it? Oh my god, Daigato also depicted the fight.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought you already showed that.
No, I showed Dedirex's
Okay, gotcha.
Twilight Guardian, the
the
Team
Team
Jack
Jack
spin-off
spin-off
movie.
movie. Oh my god! Then they're ripping off like the Invincible Battle Beast poster panel from one of the comics. That's actually pretty dope.
And then also
Which
Celestial Warlock out here with the tier list for Twiversal versus bots.
okay, but then you got Reploids, which are much higher than bots. So you also got to
Yes.
factor that in. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Yui. Yes, Twi am I. It's the
A
bot.
lot of
It's the bot
Uh,
version of Twilight. It's the hacker, the hacked bot.
Why is just getting a lot of love this stream, man.
She deserves it.
Uh,
She almost got her entire account stolen.
I
yeah.
was about to
Yes.
mention that. Yes, Raymond. Thank you for stealing my thunder for the upting time.
Look,
Uh,
look, it's very easy to do when you have like electrical circuits that are like sparking constantly.
you feel proud of that? You feel proud
Yes.
of what you just did?
Yes, I did. I do. Incredibly.
Okay, remind me to pour water on you later. Anyway, let's move on.
No, I'll become
Kind of
useless.
scoffed at it, but he did give like a replacement theory to explain why. He did say that it was the willpower and stuff like that, but that just gives like power friendship vibes. Maybe there's a lot of luck and plot armor involved in that explanation. But the main thing that really pissed people off was that he said power scaling is dumb. Now, I do agree that for a writer, one type of
I
power
wish you give us the
scaling is
direct
dumb,
quote.
and that's where we're going to look at this chart here. Essentially, there's two types of power scaling. There's cross-verse power scaling, and there's inverse power scaling. Now, the type that writers absolutely do not care about and shouldn't is cross-verse power scaling. So that's comparing characters from completely different universes by trying to standardize their feats into quantifiable metrics. So that's like saying planet level.
Unless you want to be, super petty,
Well, no,
like
I would argue the more important aspect is if you do a crossover, you should definitely care about it. Like it goes from being cross-verse to
100%.
inverse.
Well, I was just about to say, like, the only time that I can think of realistically wanting to do this kind of power scaling is if you're making a crossover fanfic or something like that. You would want to make sure that your characters fit in with each other really well.
Yeah,
100%. Like I remember this one Ruby fanfic, one of the very few that I ever read because I think somebody sent it to me. And it's about like this fanfic crossover between Ruby and Mega Man X. And Mega Man X was so overpowered in that story for obvious reasons. He just started copying everybody's fucking semblances, which was really funny. But I was also all like, what's even the point of these characters being here?
Legitimately, that's like the problem you run into with a lot of crossover fics.
Yeah.
Is that you can see that they're playing favorites. It's really weird how it's like you love both properties, but you clearly favor one another, and you can't one over the other, and you can't balance it out. Funny, I read
Also,
a
I
Ruby
will always
XMHA
give that-
fanfic. I think we did too.
Also, I will always give that fic a 0 out of 10 because they have X and Blake get together as a couple.
What?
Oh, why?
Yeah.
Not. I mean, Penny is right there.
I know.
They could have had such beautiful fucking iPads together.
Yeah, like wouldn't that really work? You know, everything like X.
What am I even fighting for?
What am I fighting for? You know, X is literally a robot that is made to have human emotions. And the fact that he has them literally makes him more powerful. And you have Penny with a similar deal that she literally is able to use aura. It's like, why the fuck didn't you do that? I guess like in that fanfic, they were leaning more on like the discrimination angle kind of deal. And that's how they connected, sort of. But it was still weird to me, man.
Ugh. Blake is every writer's... Okay, I know this is going to sound weird. Stay with me.
Yeah.
Do you get the feeling it was a male writer or a female writer?
I think it was a male writer.
Because I was like, I could see, like, because Blake gets treated differently by both, typically in the fandom spaces.
Really?
Because
Okay.
by male writers, typically she's the manic pixie dream girl, in terms of she's the girl that every guy wants to get. Like, her or Yang typically wind up in that category. Sometimes Weiss, occasionally Ruby, but like it's mostly Blake focused. Because she kind of hits that like shy, quiet girl vibe, even though that's not really the case with her. So she often gets kind of zeroed in that way. So that would be, I could easily see the writer being a self-insert into X and then shipping them with the character that he likes most and kind of forcing that to work. The opposite dynamic, if it were a female writer, it would more likely be that Blake is the self-insert and X is the hot boy toy. That's typically like the gender dynamics and shipping kind of work out that way by my experience. Though admittedly, it's not like I know very often. It's one of those things that you can just kind of tell between writers unless they are like, until it gets really well written, in which case it's really hard to tell. It's always the bad writers you can tell which one is which one's a man and which one's a woman.
You can smell that from a mile away.
Yeah. So just interesting.
But from what I remember, it's more so the former than the latter. And even that, I think it's way more of the former from what I
can see it. I can see it. Especially because like it makes more sense because like if X were the overpowering force in the story, you're dealing with a Gary Stu self-insert there.
Yeah.
He
literally just copied Weiss's semblance and he summoned 3 summon versions of the characters from X Command Mission to fight during the Vital Festival for him. Like, I was like, what the fuck?
Ed70 says, can we count different versions of official animated TMT crossovers? Like the one version of Turtles will be treated better than the other versions? I was going to say, that's another thing that, like, I don't like about Death Battle is that they composite different versions of the same character across different interpretations.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's not how that works. Like, we're not trying to, like, if you're trying to kernel, like, the heart of the character, that's going to lead to a lot of difficulty because you can't really do that. Every single new rendition of them adds something new to the table and changes the kernel in some way. Like, Leon from Resident Evil 4 is not the same Leon from Resident Evil 4 Remake. Like, they are different characters. Even though they have a lot of similarities, they have different narrative beats, different abilities, skills, and grounding. Resident Evil 4 Remake is much more, like, physically grounded than Resident Evil 4 Original, which is a little more cartoonish.
You especially see this problem whenever they're trying to, scale, like, comic book characters.
So, yeah, it's like... Oh, God, comics is the worst for it, though. Because, like, comics... Technically, everything has the same continuity, but then it doesn't have the same continuity, but then there's crossovers that make it the same continuity. Like, comics get fucking messy real fast. James DeGenero Speaking of X, if Sega and Capcom stuck to their guns and gave him a super form in the comics, how would you react? Mega Man X?
Oh yeah, there was a there was a Sonic and Mega Man crossover thing that happened like a few years back, and Sonic and Mega Man did use the Chaos Emeralds to go in the super form. And like I would absolutely love it if they did that. I think fans have made designs of what X would look like, as Super X.
I think, even though I'm not the biggest of fans, I do know a bit about Mega Man, and I think I would actually be against it. I think
Really?
like by the end of X1, you've gotten like all the armor, for example. I would consider the armored up form his super form, which it's not like he's not super powerful, awesome. He's a robot or a Reploid, but you know what I mean. It's like he's a construction. He doesn't need a super form. It kind of defeats like the whole gimmick of Mega Man, doesn't it? Like Sonic's is going fast, and so his super form makes him going faster. But Mega Man,
Among other
just in
things.
general, is about a variety of different tools being used in specific circumstances that call for them. As opposed, like, and you're just going to give him a super form? Like, how does that work exactly?
Yeah, so like the way which the armors work in the games is that a couple of them typically, give higher like stat buffs, like upgrades to defense, for example. But other parts give like specific like what's the word?
Utility?
Maneuverability upgrades like double jumping or air dashing
Breaking
or
block
like
with your head.
yeah, breaking blocks with your head, locating items, allowing you to, supercharge your Mega Buster for an even stronger attack and even charge up your special weapons for interesting effects.
Yeah, but
So I feel like there's a lot more variety with the armor forms.
Well, what I'm going
If they
for
did-
there is more so that like Mega Man's whole shtick is versatility and utility. Like that's like
Yeah.
he's up there with Samus. Samus getting a super form happened exactly once, and it immediately got removed. And that is for actually it happens typically at the very, very end after you've actually beaten the games, and they're super temporary. They do not last very long. Because like Samus's whole thing is about her utility belt. It's like if Batman was just permanently given a super form, like he just suddenly
He
just
turned
Super Saiyan.
Super Saiyan. This is
Yeah.
my prep time, Superman. He just sticks like a syringe of like Saiyan DNA inside of him.
No, it did not. Just sand juice. Just call it sand juice.
Saiyan.
Yeah, it basically is like it defeats the purpose. He's suddenly stepping into someone else's niche like Superman's. It's like it's not the character. You're kind of going against the nature of the character. So
Yeah, although it would probably still be temporary. In
I wouldn't
this
call a
case,
gravity
if
suit a
they
super
ever
form.
then,
No, I'm talking about hyper mode from Super Metroid, and I'm talking about Metroid mode in Metroid Dread. Though those are the super modes.
Thank you, Yui.
Oh, did Yui give more?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Stand ready for my arrival, worm. You were given
You were
orders.
given orders.
You were given
You
time.
were given time.
Oh, there's
Oh
an
my
echo.
god. That's so nutty, man. Thank you.
Well, of
so
course
much.
it's
That's
nutty. It's Vegemite.
Shut the fuck up. No,
Actually, I don't know if it. Oh my god, Omega Raw!
What? Oh yeah. You know
Batman
what?
gets the Green
You know
Lantern
what?
ring. Yes, he does. How long does he keep it? Like temporary, maybe. Like I could see it,
Yeah.
but it has to be after you've completed basically the super form has to be treated as like not an expansion of mechanics, but as like a treat.
Yeah.
A true iPad kid. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Oh my goodness. That makes me think. I wonder if there probably is like fanfic about X and Penny interacting. I would be interested to see how that would work. Like, would it be because in the fanfic that I was talking about, technically the events of Mega Man X had happened far before the events of Ruby. And so they discovered X and the other characters from its part of the series after like excavating some ancient ruins and shit. So they technically share the same world. So I wonder how it would work if you were to do something like that for like a fanfic about them getting together, or is it like a thing of like them crossing over into the
Honest,
Ruby world?
honestly, well, first of all, are you brave enough to go Google searching for X Penny ships for fanfic? Um, but I personally, for me, I
I
would
would do
say
it with
if
the safety on.
yeah.
Yui, you're sending sound clips. Should I be scared?
What?
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Okay, that was fine. I'm actually, it's okay, Yui. I was just curious. That happens. All right.
But yeah,
So
personally for me, I would say that I would rather do something like X is from another world or another dimension or whatever,
Right.
because like saying that X is from the past and that Ruby takes
Mhm.
place in the future and stuff, it it makes sense until you remember that Grimm have always been around. And
Yeah.
that doesn't really fly as well when you think about like
The
the world of
context.
Mega Man. Yeah,
Yeah.
the context of Mega Man and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you could, if there were creatures that they had to fight that weren't just robots that Wily had created, then you could probably finagle something and say like, oh, those were like ancient Grimm or whatever. But you
Mhm.
really can't do that. Um unless if you just completely fucked with the Mega Man universe
Yeah, you
in
would
some way.
essentially have to do like double time when it comes to world building in order to like make that work. Like
Mhm.
you would have to also rationalize like how would, because the reason why X was created was to basically counteract the possibility of like Wily creating robots that only follow orders and that don't have an internal sense of right and wrong, and that's how they start wiling out, for lack of a better term. Right, pun
Yeah.
Ruby
intended.
fandom,
But like,
I'm very disappointed in the Ruby fandom. There is not a single fic. There are 12 fics I can find on AO3 currently that involve Ruby and Rockman X. Not a single one ships Rockman with Penny. I am disappointed.
Really?
boo!
Boo.
There is one that caught my eye that it just, the only thing that they borrow from Mega Man is Launch Octopus.
What?
It's like one of these
From the
ones that has like
first
a,
X game?
yeah, it has a billion like different like fandoms attached to it. It's called The Silver Scale Arena, episode 44, November 2025.
What the fuck?
What the fuck is this fic? It has 7 chapters and it's 34,000 words.
But yeah, I don't know if I should be glad that X is in less Ruby fix or disappointed that like they didn't do the obvious thing and have him get together with Penny. This is a strange feeling.
Honestly, like knowing their personalities, I actually think this like as a crack ship, this could be really sweet.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know why nobody's thought of it. Especially again with the like, of course there are crossovers that are made of Ruby and Mega Man. So I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, someone made. I just found some fan art by @CuriousCubone.
Oh, okay.
This is
Also,
OG Mega Man, but look how cute it is.
Oh, hold on. I
I'll
got
put it on screen there.
I got
oh, it's powered up. It's powered up Rock and Penny.
yeah. That's
Eee,
adorable.
it's so cute.
I love the powered up art style. I think it's adorable. I wish that they did it more.
Yeah. But, they only did that one for the PSP, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a wasted opportunity. They could have done it like that, and it would have been great. Like, that game looked great. I don't know
Yeah,
why
it
they
did.
didn't continue doing it.
Because, it was around the time they released it around the same time as Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, which is very beloved by the fans. But the problem was that during that time, Capcom was experiencing diminishing returns with just continuously putting out more, Mega Man stuff. Less and less people were buying their games at the latter points.
Yeah.
So they were kind of just slowly edging that out. Like Maverick Hunter X was planned as being okay, one part of completely remaking the X series, and that completely fell through. So,
But why would you remind me about the Kiara-verse? How the Great Mouse Detective and also Bug's Life take place in the past, and there's time machines.
What?
God. What was the actual name of the fic?
Oh gosh, I don't remember.
Blanking on it. I'll Google Kiara Phoenix. Kiara. No relation, by the way.
Oh,
Through My Eyes.
Kaiser.
That was it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Through My Eyes. Yes.
No, Across the Stars was the unofficial sequel or it was the planned sequel that got canceled because Kiara
Is this the same fanfic
this is
of the chick who wants to get with Frollo?
No, different
this
fic.
was a chick who had daddy issues, and so instead of Frollo,
what's the difference?
No. Listen. Instead of Frollo, it was Radigan.
Yeah. Well, Radigan and Basil. But
and Basil, yeah.
And God, that entire fic is hilarious because you can feel just how badly she wants to bone the mouse and the rat. But she
couldn't do it
because she lives in a Christian family that reads her fics.
Yeah, her parents started reading it, so she couldn't do not safe for work stuff in her fanfic.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah.
Holy
so they become godfathers / brothers. It's which honestly, with how the fic feels, just creates even more uncomfortable feelings. Yes. God, that fanfic is wild, and it's up there with. Mind you, Frollo Freaks fics are just as insane, but those get explicit.
Okay.
They get explicit, at least in separate little contained stories, because the main story is safe for work. And then she put in on a different part of her website the not safe for work chapters. And I think that is because her students, because she was a teacher, had found her website or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh my fucking god.
You have never seen Judge Claude Frollo eat a hearty Southern breakfast before, but you certainly will in this fic.
Yes.
What? I don't like this. I don't like anything about that. What you just
said. Just wait till we get to the genocide.
No.
Oh, yeah.
But
I am not joking.
I'm getting stomach because I was going to say something about them.
Well, we got Sunlock for a while. We should probably get back to the video.
Okay,
yeah.
I was going to quickly say that of the two between Classic and X getting with Penny, I find X and Penny a lot cuter because X is far more mature, and I would love to see him reacting to Penny shenanigans.
That would actually be cute. Yeah.
Straight man, funny girl. I could see that.
Yeah, that kind of shit.
I mean, I could still see both of the ships working, but the dynamics are definitely different for sure.
Right.
Basically, classic Mega Man, it's oh no, the gremlins are reproducing. Whereas with Mega Man X, he's well way more like human and adjusted. So it's like when she's doing things that are like weirdly robotic, he's like, you don't have to do that, you know. That's wait a minute, I was gone for a minute. How did we get the genocide? Someone wanted to bang Judge Claude Frollo. That's all you're getting.
Yes.
Anyway.
Yes.
It's faster than light, or like trying to attempt to use real-life physics and math to estimate how much one character in one verse can beat the other. I don't think any writer really cares about that. I don't per se myself, so that's like, can Goku beat Batman? Can a Viltrumite beat a Kryptonian? No one really, like, no author really cares about that. What they should...
That's just
unless
fun
you
for
want to
fandom.
be super petty and have that character prove that they can be a character from a different story that you don't like.
Yeah.
However, care about when they say they don't like power scaling is that type of power scaling, crossverse. But what they do care about is inverse power scaling, and they should care about it a lot. So inverse power scaling is measuring a character based only on the rules and limits of their own world or universe, rather than comparing them to our reality or other stories. So for example, in my comic, can Poacher X beat Project N? In Invincible, that's can Invincible beat Thrag? You know, there's levels to this, and you need to care about that as a writer. And I think that is something that he kind of didn't admit, even though he shows, like I explained with the Debbie example, he does care about that. He's just not doing it as efficiently as he could. Writers often say they don't like power scaling because of those annoying crossverse power scalers. Their focus on math and winning can feel like it sucks the fun out of a good story. If a writer
Again,
has to
that's
worry
the
about
Twitter
every single
trauma.
punch being perfectly
Oh, I also say, like, some of the fun can come from the math. I'm actually kind of frustrated. It's like it sucks some of the fun out. I don't know. Like, if someone can enjoy trying to solve it, like Kaiser said, it's trying to solve a puzzle. Like that's where it comes in. It's like trying to solve a puzzle. I just played through the Silent Hill games, the first 3 Silent Hill games, and there was a brain buster involving math that I really liked, and I challenged it, and Lightning actually figured it out pretty quickly. Like, I spent like 20 minutes on it, and he didn't like
helped, but yeah.
Yeah, but like it's it was just it's one of those things like, oh, I came across this puzzle and it's like, oh, this is really busting my balls. Huh. I'm having a good time trying to figure this out. And that wasn't even the hardest difficulty of the game for puzzles. So it's like I think that like there is an enjoyment there for fandoms to do that. It's just that everyone gets so fucking insane over it. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. The main problem is that people get so up their own ass with their own headcanons about how things work. And like, yeah, sure, you can do all of the maths and stuff, and that can be fun, but you have to remember at the end of the day, it is just you having fun. It is you playing in the sandbox. You're not doing this as a writer, or you're not like creating a story that is going to be cared about by the majority of people in the fandom and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's fan fiction at the end of the day. But I think and I think more people in these communities understand that far more than we probably think, because like at the end of the day, with a lot of like craziness and fandoms and stuff, we see the crazies because they're the ones making the most noise. More likely, people who are normal about power scaling are just probably make up more of the majority, right?
It's that thing that I've heard about the internet that people did studies on. Is like, people are not more rabid on the internet than they are in real life. The assholes on the internet are typically assholes in real life. It's just that the reasonable, calm people are much, like in real life, much more likely to just disconnect and like walk away from the problem because they don't want to cause a problem, or they don't want to hurt people, or they don't want to be a part of that toxic situation. So basically, it's just like well-adjusted people know when to call it quits. Crazy people don't, and those are the ones you see. So,
yeah.
Consistent with a fight from 10 years ago, as well as real-world physics, then they kind of lose a lot of freedom to tell a cool, new, interesting story. And by the way, Kirkman isn't the only single punch being perfectly consistent with power scaling because of those annoying crossverse power scalers. Their focus on math and winning can feel like it sucks the fun out of a good story. If a writer has to worry about every single punch being perfectly consistent with a fight from 10 years ago, as well as real-world physics, then they kind of lose a lot of freedom to tell a cool, new, interesting story. And by the way, Kirkman isn't the only...
I would disagree with that.
I was gonna say, like, that was what caught me. I'm like, wait a minute, you've been really reasonable, but now you're like, okay, I know a lot of writers are probably going to think that way, and I'm not going to necessarily harsh them for it, but keeping some general rules in mind and having them be consistently applied is important.
Yeah, I think he agrees with that. I think he probably is misspeaking here.
I kind of feel that too.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is that, like, hey, real power scalers, they go down into a much more like greater pedantic level of calculating exactly how strong, how fast, how durable, how smart a character is. When you're writing a story, it is not necessary for you to go to that level when scaling your character, unless you want to.
Yeah, but that is the thing though.
Yeah.
If I want to, that doesn't mean that I am suddenly limited with what I can do with my story.
Yeah, that's
It
the other
just means
thing.
it means that I have to be more creative if I want to circumvent those things. And then I can
Right.
have even more fun. Wow,
Yeah.
what a concept.
But what's interesting here is that, like, one of the most easily things to cite is that science fiction can often influence the development of real-world technology, most famously of which is the communicator from Star Trek back in the 1960s. The little handheld pocket device that allowed you to communicate long distances with each other and your ship. It's like, oh, doesn't that sound familiar to something that we started developing like in the late 70s, moving into the 80s, and became very well populated throughout the late 90s, early thousands, and now everyone has. Not only do we have cell phones, we have smartphones, which take a different device from that series, which would be the tricorder, or their tablets that you get in like TNG. Like, you get all these different things. Oh my God, Dederex, I'll look at it in just a moment. You get all these things in one convenient package, your phone. Like, this was all influenced because some guys decided, hey, it would be really cool if we had like these certain types of radios that did these things, and we made them hyper portable because we think technology could advance that way. Someone said, maybe if I put it in science fiction, and and then someone watched it, got inspired, and decided to make it reality. Like, sometimes science has to catch up with fiction.
Yeah. I think how I would phrase this part is that, like, hold on, let me rewind to see exactly what you say again. Just a second.
Oh, I gotta reload the page. Everything.
Now, I've seen single punch being perfectly consistent with a fight from 10 years ago, as well as real-world physics. Then they kind of lose a lot of freedom to tell a cool, new, interesting story.
Okay, how I would phrase it is that this view of power scaling can be limiting for most stories, because they're not necessarily built for trying to go into that much detail in order to figure out how strong or how capable a character is. So while you have to care about power scaling to some level, you don't necessarily have to fit the standards of a fucking Death Battle episode or something like that. That's how I would phrase it. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, absolutely. But if someone wants to do that, they're free to, and it's not strictly limiting.
They want to do that, they're fine with it. Yeah.
Again, it poses a new problem for them to solve. That's all.
Yeah.
Which, a lot of people can solve.
First off,
thank you, Dederex. This is adorable.
Doing the freaking robots.
Yeah. Wait, where's
that movie?
Oh, here it is. And then it's like, oh honey, we did order a boy, right? It's like, oh yeah, we did. Oh, here it is. Have you seen Robots, haven't you, Twy?
Yes, I have.
I love that. That's a great film. That was back when Mel Brooks was like 80, and I was like, man, he's getting up there. He might die. And now he's like 100 years old, and he's still making Spaceballs. And I'm like, dude,
holy shit.
And not to mention his even if the movie is shit, the advertisement for it has been peak. Like, the fucking expanded Spaceballs universe. Have you seen that advertisement? It's fucking hilarious.
I think I heard about it. I don't think I had a chance to see it though.
Yui Trigger, thank you for the not enough.
Not enough X penny.
And then you have to keep bringing up that someone made fan fiction of me.
Oh.
Like I'm not entirely sure why we have the Rock like hold up here, but I just
no, he's just stopping the stream for one moment just to witness this, man. You know.
I remember when we found that. That was
well, Yui
weird.
sent it. Yui sent it and was like,
yeah.
oh, congratulations, you're famous enough to have fan fiction. Oh, that was a weird.
The delivery's the hard part. Making the babies the fun.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I forgot that.
It wasn't. Robots was one of those movies that wasn't good enough to get a sequel, and I'm so glad we never did. It was perfect how it was. It was one of those that like I remember it being. I remember it being fine. Like I don't remember it being like world-shatteringly good, but it was just fine, and it was good for what it wanted to be. It had a heart. It also had Robin Williams, which means it also had a heart. Anyway.
100%.
By the way, Kirk, the only comic writer who said this. Even Stan Lee himself once said this when he was being asked about who would win in a fight. Because he just kept getting too many power scaling questions in the mail.
So one question I'm always asked. Who would win in a fight? Who would win in a fight if Galactus fought the Hulk? Or if Thor fought Iron Man? And there's one answer to all of that. It's so simple. Anyone should know this. The person who'd win in a fight is the person that the scriptwriter wants to win.
There is a problem with this, which is that technically, yes, whatever the writer wants goes, but at the same time...
But I'm agreeing with the commentator here, because, like, again, I think that is Stan Lee being sick of people asking him a question. I think he would appreciate us being like, no, you really gotta, I guess I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I genuinely, you just gotta be it's about making it believable.
Right.
I mean, I had like rebutted him earlier because I said like someone had said this exact same thing. I didn't know who exactly it was, but I was pretty sure it was a comic book guy of some sort or flavor. I just couldn't remember who it was exactly at the moment, but like, yeah, of course, every single story is like that. These characters cannot do things on their own. They have to have it so that the author or the creator of the story makes it that way. But your job as a writer and as a storyteller, if you are not a hack writer, is to make it believable. And for that, you need some level of power scaling.
Yep.
Yeah. And a huge problem in regards to, comics as far as granted, I don't read most of this stuff, so I'm mainly giving deference to various people that I've met and even people online that I've talked to about like comic scaling and stuff. Is that shit like this gets really fucking infuriating when you're reading it, because writers often, when different writers change hands and stuff like that, you often get issues where the new writer comes in and they have the character like not be able to do something that they were previously able to do and not have a good explanation for why they couldn't do it. Especially with Spider-Man. With Spider-Man, they do this shit a fucking lot apparently, and it gets fucking stupid the more you think about it.
It's fine, Celtic. If you put words in his mouth, people already use his Twitter account for crypto NFT. Don't remind me of that.
Oh my god, don't remind me of that shit. That shit is sick.
Okay, if this fits, I don't know if this fits in the topic, but the very first crossover with Superman and Spider-Man, Lex Luthor gives Spider-Man Red Sun energy to give him an even playing field against it. No, that's fine. Like that makes they works. Thought about the problem that Superman would just completely body Spider-Man with the power differential, so they gave him one of Superman's many weaknesses in order to try and level the playing field. That sounds fair. Superman versus Homelander, it's not even a fight. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Let's see.
No, that's how you're supposed to do it. But in a lot of other comics or crossovers or even big events, things like that, just people just start throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks. And I think that's just very lazy.
I mean, these are kind of how Linkara has a career. Partly. Also because a lot of other stupid shit happens in stories that are character driven.
Yeah. Cough, CW's flash, cough. Don't stop to talk. Don't stop to talk. Don't stop to talk. Don't stop to talk.
Oh, man. Grant Gustin deserved a better show.
Yes.
They're still writing for an audience. They're not writing this to just keep this in their notes and just read it daily before they sleep for themselves. Using that logic, that whatever the writer says goes, Paul should be able to one-shot Thrag if he really wants to. And if he's motivated enough, no explanation. They just start fighting and Paul knocks out Thrag and becomes Grand Regent of the Viltrum Empire. With this technique...
Or to put this in Ruby terms, it would be like Jean just coming up to one-shot Salem suddenly. It would be like that. That's what this is.
Flash deserves a better movie. Flash deserves a better actor.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever his name. I forget who he is.
Ezra Miller.
Fuck that. Ezra Miller, yeah. Fuck that guy.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
Really. Your AI slot bores me. Yeah, I don't know if this guy made it or if he's just stealing a meme from the community. It's still not great.
I think it's stealing from somebody else. I think.
They just start fighting and Paul knocks out Thrag and becomes Grand Regent of the Viltrum Empire. Would this technically be canon? Yes, the writer wrote it. But would it be good writing? Absolutely not. It would be horrible power scaling and it would take you out of the story. Even Stan Lee himself knew that if, let's say, Spider-Man just fought Galactus and 1 week he's struggling with a criminal like on the streets, but then he's able to just knock out Galactus with an uppercut with no explanation, then there would be no stakes whenever Spider-Man faces a threat. Like, you really don't know what's going on in the story. It starts getting confusing. Deep down, every creator, every writer wants their world to feel immersive and consistent, which is impossible without good power scaling. So in short, writers see their work as art, while power scalers treat it like a spreadsheet, but there has to be that middle ground. I actually don't think that you need to turn your story into an entire physics textbook, especially as a writer myself. I don't spend 4 hours calculating the joules of a punch. So I believe that in the 60% rule, which is you only need to get the science and the power scaling about 50 to 60% right in sci-fi and superhero stories, or more so power fantasies as a whole. Like
that might be a good general rule, although that definitely depends on like what specific thing you're trying to have happen. Like the higher the concept, the higher the theoretical scientific concept you're using in your story, that ratio shifts to the other side. But generally, I would probably agree. I'd say 60, 40.
I was gonna say I love it, like 50 to 60%. Like that ratio shifts to the other side. Oh no! Instead of considering 50% of it, I have to consider 50% of it. No!
You know what I mean by
I was gonna say, like, it really does depend, because like you have films / books like The Martian, which sold itself very much on being as scientifically accurate as possible at the time, and I think like it's been like hard debunked in many ways since, but like it was still the strive to go there. There is an appreciation for it. Like, that's the thing. It's like, yes, sometimes your story might become outdated by new information later on scientifically, but at least you've tried to make it as bulletproof as possible. Sometimes it's just going to happen. Sometimes the scientific understanding. What if tomorrow we learn that the speed of light can actually be overcome? Suddenly, a lot of stories that were fantastical become realistic, and a lot of things that say that a lot of stories that say, oh, it's impossible, are now unrealistic. Like, you stories, so long as you are trying to appeal as knowledgeably to the times that you have, you can be respectable, and reference well.
Right.
Like, especially when it comes to a lot of knowledge for the science aspect of science fiction and all that kind of stuff. Unless if you are keeping up fairly regularly with scientific advancement in those specific fields, it is going to end up being more fantasy than science. Like how wormholes and whatever you can do with black holes and stuff like that, and going faster than the speed of light, all of that is more of the fiction aspect of science
Or
fiction.
quantum energy or
Yeah.
teleportation, stuff like
Yeah.
that, you know.
Periodic Pete, if there's even a 50% chance to if there's even 50% to consider, we must take it as an absolute certainty.
Absolute certainty.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, I love Thanatos's comment here. Jean can beat anyone. He found the mighty pebble of pig slaying, forged in the depths of Hades.
What the fuck?
God. It was in
What
response
did Ezra
to my
Miller do? Well, he kidnapped
Oh.
some people, beat the shit out of them. And there was a
Yeah.
lot that
What were the
Ezra
bad
Miller did.
things?
Did a lot of things. He's just kind of a shitty person in general, and I'm thankful for God I have not heard hide nor hair of him since The Flash. That man
Yeah.
needs to go away. Like,
I think he went
possibly
to
even
jail
he
at one
might have
point?
gone to jail. He did go to jail briefly. He was in jail, not prison.
Didn't he go to jail for DUI? I don't remember. Whatever.
I think he went to jail for beating someone and kidnapping. Pretty sure.
Well, yeah, yes.
Also trying to
but I
start a
was like-
cult.
Yeah, I remember that.
He's like a less effective Jared Leto. Choke slammed a woman. No, that's a separate thing he did. But he did that on camera, so everyone knew that happened.
Right.
Audience is incredibly forgiving. Like, they want to believe the impossible. People want to believe a guy can just fly. People are okay with that. People do hate calculators who turn everything into a physics exam, but they also hate randomness that feels lazy. There is a power scaling spectrum when it comes to this. You can go from sloppy to super strict. So sloppy.
That's why when, you know, normal people tend to be all like, oh, stories don't need like power scaling, I would be like, okay, you know, you then give them the hypothetical of like, okay, what if your character was able to like do X incredibly like ridiculous thing that just breaks the story's tension? Like, you would obviously feel some different type of way, right? You know, it's that type of shit.
This also goes into like the aspects of suspension of disbelief.
Yes.
So like what he's doing right now is basically a form of that. And he did mention like, oh well, like nobody really questions a character knowing how to fly. And it's like, yeah, we agree. But that's also because we do have that level of suspension of disbelief. So like I don't need any kind of suspension of disbelief to if Raymond said he owns a pet turtle, for instance, or a pet cat or a pet dog. I'm going to have some level of suspension of disbelief if he tells me he has a pet unicorn or a pet Pokemon. And unless if the character is in the Pokemon universe, I am not going to question why he has a pet Pokemon.
Yeah. Yes, Ezra Miller, like, he was accused of it. He was charged, but the charges were withdrawn. It was on tribal land, and it was Chase Iron Eyes that levied it initially and then pulled it back. It was grooming accusation. It's a wild story, man.
What?
Ezra Miller is insane. And then Periodic Pete said, all those horrible things that happened, it wasn't me, Barry. It was you.
Power scaling means there's just no consistency. The writer says whatever. It's like a random dream with no logic, and it's very confusing to the audience.
Fairy tale.
Super strict is also
Ruby.
not fun because it becomes a physics debate. Too many questions.
I would say Fairy Tail and Ruby are probably somewhere like. Oh, you guys can't see my cursor right because we're doing watch together. Probably like where the Y, the tip of the Y is on the very end there. Like, I kind of feel like that's where along the spectrum it is.
Right.
That's where those are. Then you get things like Madoka Magica, which I think is smooth. I think that the Madoka, it's nice in the middle of the it plays loose and fast, but it's not obnoxiously so. It kind of feels like it has rules there. Free run, I actually would probably lean more towards strict.
Yeah, a little bit higher towards strict, but still within that smooth spectrum ratio kind of thing.
Madoka mentioned. Yes, Madoka mentioned. I love. Bleach is probably a little on the left side of smooth there. Then let's see. My Hero is probably on the right side of smooth. Trying to think of other series.
Where do you think Yu Yu Hakusho would go?
Yu Yu Hakusho is actually probably even higher than MHA. I feel like, because like Yu Yu Hakusho stays really fucking grounded for a long time.
It does, yeah.
I can believe that.
The thing is, it has the same problem as MHA in Made of Iron being like the biggest go-to problem.
But Hunter x Hunter, absolutely, it's probably a little bit closer to strict, very much so. But it's not even really about necessarily the physics, it's about its own rules anyway.
Steins Gate probably would go more towards strict. That's not really power scaling, but that's like world consistency.
Right.
Oh, Fruits Basket is probably smooth.
Yeah, Fruits Basket is smooth. Death Note, definitely a lot more strict-ish.
Death Note's very strict, I would imagine.
Yeah, a lot more strict compared to like most other shows, and for good reason, right? I mean, they even go as far as like giving specific rules for the Death Note itself.
Oh, here's a great example of actually kind of sloppy done right. Princess Tutu.
I hear good things about that.
That one is a very dreamlike show. It has a lot of it. And like, it doesn't necessarily need to make sense because of the framing device that ultimately lands the story. It's very interesting in that way. Let's see. Slayers is about smooth. Like, we could go down this entire list all day, but like, it's just kind of just fun things to think about.
It's like Slayers, from what I watched anyway, leans a little bit more towards like sloppy regularly.
Would Dragon Ball be sloppy and smooth? It feels loose. It starts smooth. It starts relatively strict, but as time goes on, it has dropped all the way down deep into sloppy. That's basically how it worded, because Dragon Ball started out mostly as like a martial arts shenanigans show, and then like you introduce ki and it ticks down, and then you get the different power-ups, ticks down, you get more and more power-ups, you get more and more scale increase, it ticks down, it ticks down, it ticks down, it ticks down, and it's the point is sloppy. So yeah.
Limits.
Oh, Dwight, you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. I thought you would comment on me talking about Princess Tutu being like good sloppy.
Oh, sorry. I got a phone call.
Because we were just like running through a couple of different shows that we like, and we were just talking about like where it lands on the scale. And I would mention, like, of the rare example, Princess Tutu works really well as a sloppy power scaler because it's so dreamlike in its nature.
Yes, like it was designed by its very nature to be dreamlike, because it is the world is taken over by a writer. So their world is affected by the whims of the writer. So if the writer wanted to, he could just fuck with everybody. Like one of my favorite moments was when this theater troupe comes into town, and their troop leader is an electric eel, and the people are like, was he always an eel? It's like, I don't know. I think so.
Mr. Cat is amazing.
Yes, Mr. Cat.
He's also a horrible sex pest.
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay.
No, he is. Like his entire shtick is that he gets pissed at everyone, and it's like, and if you fail to do this, if you're a bad student, then I'll have you marry me.
What the fuck?
Yes, that is the joke.
He just wants to get married. To fucking like 11-year-olds. The man's a sex pest.
I mean, to be fair, like he is a cat, and so like 11-year-olds are like really old to cat years.
Oh, so, like, God, we're like reversing the fucking we're inverting the whole 1,000-year-old loli situation here.
Yes. But did you notice in the final episode when the town went back to normal and you just have a regular looking cat that looks exactly like Mr. Cat, and he's just followed by a bunch of kittens?
I think also that was like, we also, I think, saw a teacher leading a group of schoolgirls.
Mhm.
So it's like we kind of got both. So he's a gilf
Yeah.
hunter? He's the inverse. Look,
Yeah,
look.
no.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He
You're right.
is.
You're right. He is a gilf hunter by his metrics.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
That's also, that anime is just so much fun. That's where like the crocodile girl in the tutu comes from. If you don't know that meme,
Yes.
that's like episode 1. She's adorable. It's just a random background alligator.
Do you remember the episode where the love rival was an anteater?
Yeah, that was amazing. And she like hypnotized Mithro.
Yeah. Like the thing about that is that it's still very consistent though. Like even though that you have all of these weird things going on, it is still a very consistent setting and a very consistent world. And you have these moments where the characters are starting to fail with what they want to do because the writer doesn't want them to do that. But the whole thing about that is their own perseverance and their desires end up winning out over the end. So it's kind of like how the meme of like, oh, I wanted my characters to do this, but then they went off and did something else and I have no control of my characters. It's like that, but if that was an actual narrative device for the story.
Okay, interesting.
There we go.
Yeah, that's cool.
Just so you're all clear. Here we go. And then over here,
Yeah.
here. I just realized he's in the Cougars.
Oh my god. Anyway.
Okay. Back to the video.
It's the storytelling, and it's only enjoyed by hardcore power scalers. And I guess if you're into that, it's cool just for your fun debates. But the place you want to be as a writer is in the smooth category. It's very immersive, there's a perfect amount of freedom and rules. It has logic and predictability without being too fixed, and it allows for the audience to suspend disbelief. Consistency will...
Again, I don't like, this is like, I've more and more encountering problems with YouTubers that are laying down absolutes. You want to be in the smooth as a writer. Not necessarily. Some writers thrive in the strict. Some people thrive in the sloppy, though I don't think that typically produce good quality content. But like people can fly by the seat of their pants and produce good work. It's just they kind of feel it out.
Right.
It's something that I'm finding a little bit frustrating about this video is that he is saying that strict by definition is not fun. It is something that is boring, it's not fun, it's limiting, it's too hardcore, and it's like, dude, everybody has their different capacity of what they find to be too much or too little. And I've even mentioned quite a bit when it came to writing. I find it very annoying that a lot of people do the plotter versus pantser debate, or gardener versus architect. Like they're the same thing at the end of the day, and it's still like just a debate over which is superior and whatever. And I find it so tedious because writing is going to be different not only for different people, but writing as a process is going to be different per story. So,
Sure.
for instance, writing my fanfic, I write by the seat of my pants a lot more often than I will write for my novel, even though that they both have the same kind of level of complexity. Because it's an AU fanfic, so I have to have a lot more planning done for that fic. It on almost on the same level that I have for my novel, but I'm much better at flying by the seat of my pants for the fanfic than I am for my novel because they have different requirements for them. And it's the same thing for another one of my novels that I'm trying to write. I'm also able to do more with as little plotting as possible, whereas I think one
novel that I do want to work on, I will have to be a lot more strict with myself with the plotting in order for that thing to work, because they as stories, they have different requirements of me as a writer.
Mhm.
So
Sure.
it's not as simplistic as, oh, I'm a pantser, or I'm a plotter, or I'm a plantser. It's both that, but
Plantser?
also what does your novel need?
A plantser? Don't you mean a planter?
Yeah. No,
A
planter
planter,
is between being a well, actually, no, sorry, you go.
a pantser and a plotter at the same time.
Yeah.
I
mean, the way that I typically like
Yeah, I
my
would-
writing process is typically like I call it the lattice, which is like my hybrid idea of architect and the planter, the gardener, where
Mhm.
gardener is like, you know, the pantsing version where you just plant a seed, let it grow, and then architect is obviously you construct something. My idea is just you build a lattice. It's a very rough framework along which the vines can grow, but you don't know exactly how they're going to grow. That's kind of what I go towards.
Yeah, in a similar vein to this, it's more so like, a spectrum of things. Different writers are going to have different priorities.
Yes.
But there are going to be like, some commonalities, which feeds into like what I was going to say, which is that if I believe, realistically, if we and Drillix like Sam down, like I think he would automatically agree with like, hey, it's not always like a strict, you know, if no if ands or but kind of thing with this. Like you always have to be smooth. If I were to write this section of the video, I would write it at less as like if you're a writer, you absolutely want to be here. I would more so say that the way most stories are built, right? Especially most like action stories that we experience in the modern age, they tend to want to be within this smooth margin.
Yes.
There are stories that are, of course, going to be very far in one way or the other, and of course they have the freedom to do that, and those can even be good and they can even be fun. But if you are just like the regular degular writer, or you're looking at a regular degular story, this is where they're going to fall into. And in terms of power scaling, this is useful because it gives equal parts, freedom and rules and predictability without being too fixed, blah 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 blah.
Yeah. I was gonna say thank you, Dederex, for the amazing 50-50. That's great.
Yeah.
And then Yui gave us John in fan fictions, which how? Well, it's quite simple, really. You see, girly, there's one thing you didn't account for. How? Well, it quite simple, really. You see, girly, there's one thing you didn't account for. My number are bigger than yours. Funny thing, really. Get to a high enough level and you're basically untouchable. Oh, sorry. This is SAO, yeah. How? Well, it's quite simple, really. You see, girly, there's one thing you didn't account for. My numbers are bigger than yours. Funny thing, really. Get to a high enough level, and you're basically untouchable. My wounds heal faster than you can make them. We can do this all day, and you would not be any closer to beating me. Not that it wouldn't be fun, but I got good news. There's no need to wonder where your god is, because he's right here, and he's fresh out of mercy.
I love that scene so much.
The fucking abridged for SAO is just strictly better than SAO.
Yeah.
But
even aside from that on its own, it's like fucking hilarious.
That's a great example of witty wordplay and comedy being able to treat a story maturely, because I genuinely got actual emotional weight out of SAO abridged more than I could out of SAO original.
Yes.
Like, Jesus. That guy just being like, oh, treats him more maturely.
It's a sin that the abridged stopped producing Japanese subtitles. Oh, really? Damn.
Okay. Ready, guys?
Yep.
Okay.
Will always beat physics. The fans won't care if the math is slightly off, but they will care if you break your own rules. If you tell us a character is planet level on Monday, but then have them struggle with a brick wall on Tuesday without a reason, you're gonna take people out of the story. But what if you need to break your own rules for the sake of the plot? Is there a way a writer can do that without breaking the immersion? And yes, there is. It's actually a very simple solution, and I call it immersion patching. Immersion patching is basically how to fix your story's plot holes and your power scaling issues. So if you want your power scaling to stop feeling like a roll of the dice, this is all you have to do. Exactly what's on this chart. You just need to do two things. You need
Okay, well, well, I'll let him read it.
to justify, and you need to clarify. So when you justify, you come up with a simple in-universe reason why the plot hole or flaw actually makes sense in the context it's happening. So if you want to change something that you had established previously, all you have to do is justify it. And then the second half, which is even more important, is directly tell it to the audience through simple dialogue. Leave no room for confusion. So this is so that people don't have to start coming up with theories and stuff like, just like put it in the story. So when you do both of these things, as you can see in the center, then the audience stays immersed and invested in your story. And I can show you how they could have done this with Invincible.
No. You had me, buddy, but this is not, this is, oh, this is the bad, this is, well, it's not the worst advice, but it is like, it's failure's advice, if that makes any sense. It sounds more brutal than it really should, but like the idea is like, this is only if you have failed in order. Like, we are presuming that you haven't written the thing that you want to break your story. Like you haven't written the thing. If you have the time, to actually set up how to break the rules. Like, you don't need to patch it. This makes it sound like you have to do it retroactively, as opposed to.
Well, that's what we have that. It's called editing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
now, I realize he said that. Oh, sorry.
There's also ways that you can do this, like later on in your story. So like you realize that you have created a problem. So you bring up the problem again in story, and then because you have brought up the problem again, you now have the opportunity for the characters to explain in greater detail. And that can retroactively help the readers understand what happened prior to that.
Yes.
Right. And I think that's more, I think it's a little bit iffy. It's a little bit weird because I think in terms of this specific advice, that situation that you're talking about fits a lot better in, and I feel like that that feels a lot more at home there. What scenario he specifically presented here is like the scenario where it's like you want to break something in your story and presumably you haven't written that down yet. Like we haven't even gotten to that part, right? It's not a case where it's like you're patching something technically that existed before. You're just bringing up a conflict involving this rule that you're trying to do now.
Yeah. And like I'm under the presumption that this is a hypothetical that is versatile in the sense of like we don't know if he means having to retroactively go back and edit by adding in this problem again later on in your story wherein you get to finally explain it, or
Right.
if you are fixing the plot holes in the editing process, because that can happen. You
Yes.
can realize as you go back, realize that you have a plot hole and then try to patch it in and to justify why this is happening.
One of the most frustrating things as I write Fixing Ruby and such is when you have the moment of like, when you go into it's like, okay, we got to do this, this, and this, and we cannot do X because of Y. Then you get to like, you go through the writing process. It takes weeks, if not like months of time to actually write these scripts and actually come. And then by the end of it, you're rereading through it and it's like, okay, this is all flowing pretty good. Wait a minute. There's a problem here. Oh, I forgot I can't do X because of Y. Oh, son of a bitch. Now I have to reorient everything. Like that's when you catch it in editing and you fix it. This is, he should have framed it better in terms of if you have introduced the problem unknowingly and it gets pointed out later, this is how you fix it. This is like you add a patch note DLC in like a future installment.
because he is about to bring up an example of like how to fix these specific problems in Invincible. So I think, yeah, that is a lot more what he is trying to say.
Because my brain immediately goes towards like some of the lazier tropes I see in like anime, which again, My Hero does a really good job of because it's all internal thought. But a lot of characters like explaining the powers of other characters to each other during battle, or characters announcing themselves and describing their. I mean, I know there's like cultural history there and such, but it does grate on me a little bit. It's okay, I accept it. But like it gets to the point of like if you had someone off to the side explaining, oh, you can't do X because of Y, but because Jason has Z and not A, then they can access the Pokemon dimension and lower the frame rate of this reality down to 10 frames per second in order to defeat his opponent.
Right.
So it's like,
yeah, and like it's the fucking JJK, man.
it's basically that kind of stuff. Like that starts interrupting other elements of the story, such as pacing. It starts interrupting other elements.
This is under the assumption that the way in which you convey, this immersion patching within story would be, non-immersion breaking in terms of like how it's paced in the dialogue and in delivery.
Yeah.
Also, just to let you know, since I made a quick jab at JJK, we've gotten 2 episodes into season 2, and
okay, you're at the Shibuya. Wait, you're not Shibuya yet. You're in the backstory, right?
Yeah, we're in the backstory. Like we're 2 episodes in. I was very hopeful when we watched episode 1 that it was going to be good, and then episode 2 happened, and that killed it.
Okay. What? Remind me, what happened in episode 2 again?
Sorry, one sec, guys.
Okay.
All right.
I hope you're not getting hacked again.
No, I'm fixing stuff.
Okay.
Like fixing Ruby. No, okay. But no, absolutely. Like it does come down to delivery, but if you have not released your product yet, you don't need a patch. Like that's not what you need to go back. Like you're not, the house isn't finished being built yet, but you're noticing a structural problem. You break down the fucking wall and you rebuild it so it's more sound.
Yeah, it's not patching a previous problem. It's more creating a conflict.
Yes, it's more about like you fix it. You don't need a patch. Like this is actually encouraging, I think, lazy storytelling in some ways, because like, okay, if you're writing forward and you discover this in the editing process, well, I'll just throw an explanation later here. That sometimes works, not always.
It can. Yeah, not always, because depending on how long your story is, it's going to be very like too little, too late, and it's going to be at a point in the story where it's not going to have anywhere near the same impact as it would if you had explained it at an earlier point, right?
Yeah.
And also like it also leads to just like the potential, not necessarily, okay, it's not necessarily going to happen, but the potential, man, joking, to deliver it poorly, right? Because by that point in the story there are so many other important things happening. When you get to that part in like a specific scene, you're going to focus more on just getting it out as quickly as possible, the explanation, rather than having it be engaging to the audience. So again, I want to believe that this is just the fault of like, poor wording and shit. Ostensibly, I don't necessarily disagree with the broader point.
I feel like it's poorly communicated. Not hard to do in a modern Pokemon game. That's the joke. That was the joke. The modern Pokemon games are horribly optimized. Potential Man, Megumi. I'm told that.
Yes.
Scared me. Ready to continue?
But yeah.
So in season 1, Nolan mentions that he stopped a rock, like an asteroid the size of Texas. And that's literally bigger than that's around the same size as my country, Kenya. Texas and Kenya are very similar in size. So I know that's basically stopped an asteroid that size.
That's true. I got sudden whiplash. I did not expect sudden geography update on my brain. Texas and Kenya are roughly the same size. Hey, first of all, I didn't even know you were Kenyan. I heard you had an accent. I didn't know you were Kenyan. Second of all,
well, that's cool though.
That's
like
cool.
I'm like now I know. Well, like I don't know this person, but like I know 3 people from the continent, and that's interesting.
Jake the Surgeon, JJK expositions be like back in the Heian era.
He was trying to think the Heian era.
I'm sorry. Back in the Heian era, Sukuna used the curse technique 42069 to create a domain that forces people to walk on Legos and nullifies reverse curse techniques. Also, it pours you a delicious beverage, but you're not sure what the taste actually is, and it leaves a horrible aftertaste.
Yeah, the usage of narration with JJK, I get what they're trying to do with it, because like freaking JoJo does it in its own way, but the way that I think it's a bit antiquated, because JoJo's fights are not like, martial arts super quick like fist fights like it is in JJK. So it's more so about like, okay, the characters are trying to like surmount a particular maneuver and trying to get the enemy into like a specific trap, more so, at least more often than not. So when the narration hits, it doesn't interrupt the fight as much. Whereas with JJK, you do have that problem.
Well, at least we know that this man runs as fast as children who are raised on power thirst.
What?
That is a deep fucking cut. I hope everyone gets it.
I do.
Oh my god, dude.
On his own. So he clearly has that level of strength. But then when you see him on Telescria, he's struggling with a falling ship and he needs multiple Viltrumites to help him. And this just kind of is there. It's not really explained why. So how they could have justified it is by saying, technically, the material that Viltrumite ships are made of is some of the densest and heaviest in material like in the galaxy. That's why all the...
This is a bad example, because if he was stopping the asteroid out in space, where there is no gravity,
yeah,
as opposed to trying to lift up a spaceship that's in atmosphere, affected deeply by gravity, and also air resistance.
And especially when it's so close to the ground, because this was in the middle of a war battle that was happening.
Yeah. This seems like, I mean, again, I don't know if we ever see that example with the asteroid, or like, did he destroy the asteroid? Did he just redirect it? What was the thing that he did?
It's in season 1. I don't remember specifically. I think he said that he destroyed it. I could be wrong.
So according to the quick AI summary, he claims to have diverted an asteroid the size of Texas. Let me go to the Reddit post.
Okay.
Asteroid. The video calculated that the asteroid the size of Texas Omni-Man lifted had to weigh 4.8 quintillion tons.
He deflected? Okay.
It was deflected? Yeah, that's different. That's different than what you're describing. I'm sorry, man. Don't you say? Yeah. I saw the AI summary, and then I clicked the link to the source that it gave. So I actually did do my due diligence on that. I like, that is how you're supposed to be using it. It's like a Wikipedia page. It's like a Wikipedia page.
Yeah, just like a Wikipedia page.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to use Wikipedia as a source. You got to use the sources the Wikipedia source is from.
Right. To give a little bit of deference to this point in particular, there are better things or like feats within the show that you can use to prove that, like, yeah, Omni-Man should be able to like lift this in this circumstance, no problem. I just wouldn't use the asteroid thing.
Yeah,
that probably wouldn't have been a
silver-haired freak. At least when JoJo does exposition about their abilities, you usually get a fun fact about the real world.
Yeah. you know, like especially in the case of part 3, where much of the
I'm gonna drink. Be right back.
okay, much of the story is about the characters on their way to go to Egypt so that they could kill Dio. So some of the time, most of the time, what exposition that you do get is just about like, hey, where the characters are, what's the location like, was like the specific like fun facts about them. And then, you get exposition when it happens during fights. It's usually regarding a maneuver that would be very tough to explain, by the characters themselves specifically, or it's done in a way to punctuate the action that the character's taking. And usually it's not very long of an explanation either. So, at least that's from what I can remember just watching fucking JoJo and stuff. JoJo's great. I'll
It
watch
is.
that.
Though I've only watched part 4.
Okay, part 4 is good. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
this definitely applies to part 4. Do you think so?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think it absolutely does apply that. Like, like you by the time that you get out of it, the narration it feels non-intrusive. So, when you remember the fights, you don't really remember the exposition because it's just that quick. It's just that efficient about it most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
There probably was one of my favorite fights in that season, which is the one where Jotaro and Josuke were trying to fight a rat with a stand, because animals can have stands. So like they were fighting this rat that had a stand, which is an ability where he has like a turret on its back that shoots poisonous darts at people. Like not even poisonous. When it touches an organic being, their entire body just starts melting off, or the spot that it hit starts melting off.
That'd be an acid or a base.
Yeah.
I was also going to say, if you need to defeat that rat, you should have just brought a freaking alligator with a stand.
No, this rat would actually kill that fucking alligator.
I said an alligator with a stand. I clarified.
Okay, I didn't hear you say that. But, oh my god, what would the alligator stand be like? Jesus.
Well, if the rat is using an acid or a base, then the alligator would have a turret that does the opposite.
Obviously.
Oh, just like a complete solid.
No. Because like if the rat's using an acid, the alligator would use a base. If the rat's using a base, the alligator would use an acid, because they neutralize each other.
Yeah, I guess it would be like a base dart instead of acid dart.
Oh, dude, bases are way scarier than fucking acid. Like that's the shit that makes your skin slough off. You don't fuck with base.
Yeah.
These Viltrumites are struggling to lift the ship at the same time. They could also say that this metal is so strong that it's one of the few things that can actually like cut through Viltrumite skin. This would explain why Thaddeus was able to get assassinated with Argol by a knife, even though regular knives or bullets don't affect Viltrumites, or why Thula's blade can cut Viltrumites, but regular bullets usually just bounce off of them. They're all a part of this metal X that can do that, and have it be a part of the weapons that they are collecting that they use against the Viltrumites. Now you see how that's just a simple thing. All they have to do is clarify that through the dialogue. The
unfortunate thing is you're fixing a problem that doesn't seem to exist. That's the rough part of this.
Right. Like, what's the word? Like, I wouldn't necessarily say it doesn't. It's just it doesn't exist based on the example of the meteorite that he gave.
Yes, you need a better counterweight.
Yeah, you would need a better example.
Honestly, what was it? Was it the last video, or was it this episode? This video that was talking about the different bugs he defeated.
Yeah, it was this. Wait, no. It was it was this video. Yes,
that's a way better example.
Yeah.
Why didn't you you use that as a framing device? Use that. Come back on that one and explain how you would fix that.
I remembered that he come back to. Oh wait, he's about to. Never mind.
Okay.
So like in regards, actually, I'm not gonna say my example because I don't want us to feel like I'm stealing his example. Let's just keep going.
Bug scene is another one that could have been fixed in 2 ways. Because you remember in season 1, he's able to cut through a monster pretty quick. Make the bugs a part of the creatures that can kill Viltrumites. That would be the simplest solution. Just have it a part of that lineup. You remember those Ragnars, there was some other species that went extinct. Just have those specific bugs just get mentioned. That would make it so much simpler. So that he has to say it to Oliver. These are part of the bugs that can kill us. So it actually puts them in danger. And it makes you as the audience scared. Or option B, if you don't want to do that, after they're done fighting the big bugs, Omni-Man just reveals to Oliver that he was never really struggling. He was holding back so that Oliver gets some good training before they go to war. He needed to use this to push him to get stronger. And that's why he held back so that Oliver would have to lock in. You know, these are just some simple justifications for why some of the weird like power consistencies are happening. And
apologies. But how do we feel about that fix? I mean, I guess you can add, but like then when you introduce bugs that can kill Viltrumites, I feel like if the Viltrumites are the top of the food chain, you introduce a thing that's above them in the food chain, you start getting more questions than answers.
It would depend on how specific, what specific attributes make them deadly to Viltrumites. Like with the Ragnars that were mentioned before, you know, those bipel orange thingies. They're not technically stronger than Viltrumites, but they're very, very dangerous because they live on a planet that has a dense gravity, right? So what the Viltrumites did, because, you know, they were scientifically advanced, they basically blocked the planet's sun and turn in order to just freeze the planet to just get rid of that problem. Because they saw them as a potential threat.
Interesting question, you Gox. Why wasn't this fixed going from the comic book to the show if it was an issue? That's an interesting one because then we get to talk, like that starts to dip into the conversation about adaptation. Now, doesn't it? Being faithful or not, and what that means.
Right.
Goes all the way back to the start of the stream where I was talking about Digimon and all that such. That's, if you try and fix it, people will complain.
It's even weirder because, like, what's the word? In regards to Invincible, they changed a lot of things from the comics. Like, most specifically, you know, the whole explanation about Debbie, you know, punching Omni-Man and shit like that happened. Debbie's character in the story of Invincible, the show, is very different from how they did in the comic. In the comic, she's way less effectual. She was kind of much more of like a doormat, and she forgave Omni-Man like insanely quickly after he came back and shit.
Ew.
She was far less well defined as a character, and they did great work of fixing that here. And that's just one example. That's like one of the major changes that they did.
Omni-Man did not struggle with those bugs at all. The only time he vaguely struggled was because he was trying to subdue it rather than kill it. I mean, we're working only on the example that he shows on screen. At least I am only that.
Yeah, but even then, like, there's no real reason for them to subdue this bug, especially with their level of strength right now, anyways.
Aren't these the same writers, or am I confusing Invincible with the boys? Well, one, the same writers can recognize their problems. I think it is Robert Kirkman who's in the lead of the show, which I think is fine. Deviation is always a touchy subject when adapting a beloved work, but I think deviation can work if they do improve it. But, you know, hindsight and all that. Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Absolutely. And like I said, the show already does do that in other ways in order to improve. And Kirkman has no problem doing that. So
I'm confusing Invincible with the boys.
Here.
Well, you're confusing, like, I don't know how you can convince Invincible with the boys, because Invincible is just, you know, not shit. The boys, everything I've seen and heard from the boys is just, it's an edgy show for edgy children who don't think that, like, superheroes are adult enough.
All right.
That would still allow for the creator to have the freedom to write these scenes. You know, you don't need to always have everything 100% accurate. Just explain it away with a justification and then clarify it to the audience through dialogue. And everyone would be like, yeah, that checks out. And this doesn't only help power scaling, by the way. This is why I said it could help anything in fiction. It also helps with like random plot holes. For example, in Green Lantern, all the aliens speak English. That is always a weird sci-fi thing. Like, I've always noticed in all sci-fi stories, aliens just randomly know English, all of them. And I like what Green Lantern does, where they justify this by saying the ring is a universal translator, and they clarify this to the reader. So that's kind of like,
with the TARDIS too in Doctor Who.
And the Babblefish in Hitchhiker's Guide. The point here is that, like, one, a lot of science fiction, I mean, they have that in Star Trek. They have the universal translator, and like there's some fun episodes where like the translator, they encounter a new alien species, the translator doesn't work on their language, and it has to take time to hear enough of them talking for it to actually get a grasp. And there's some fun things that come from that. It's like you can get a lot of that, but there's also a lot of science fiction that just kind of hand waves it away. It's like they all speak the same language, so we can just get on with things. And it's like, that's unfortunate, but also like sometimes it's not the most important thing. So
yeah, like it can be boring though, especially when the rest of your story, like, it's more acceptable to hand wave it if the rest of your story is good. If the rest of your story is of poor quality though, then it is
then it
going
sticks
to be
out
like
way more.
Yes. It's just a quality and quantity thing.
Right.
Yeah. I think it'd be really funny
like
in a
I
series
said,
like
it's
that.
about, yeah, like we said before, it's about suspension of disbelief, and suspension of disbelief is like a stamina bar in a video game. You know, you don't want to drain that too much.
With my focus on like subbing versus dub and how much like I appreciate putting in the work to do certain things, like, you know, Stellar Sentinels. I'm not really making too much of this secret, but like the voice acting is going to be mixed Japanese and English because you have characters from both those regions of the world. I don't know how, if we're ever going to dub it in other languages, probably just subtitles, but like, I like messing with people when it comes down to like translations. I would love if like in one of those alien shows, you only dub one half of the equation over in the native language, but keep the other one the same as it was originally. So like if humans and aliens are all speaking English, either only the humans speak in the native language that you're dubbing over, or the aliens are the ones that speak in the native language you're dubbing over, while the other one speaks regular English, and you just fuck with everyone. I think that's a fun idea, just because like I'm so sick of the dubbing debate.
Yeah. And then there's My Adventures with Superman. Pete says in chat, which loves to pick and choose when Kryptonians speak Kryptonian. Oh, that sucks.
Oh.
Don't people judge an adaptation differently when it's changing sources done by the author? That's a whole question in itself. People, you have authors that change their works retroactively and people hate it. Look at George Lucas.
Yeah.
I actually have an example of that with another children's book series of mine. There's this book series where the main characters were all sisters, and they're given parts of their father's kingdom to rule so that they learn how to rule the kingdom for when they grow up. So they're basically doing a more political version of playing house, but with actual like consequences of like taking little chunks of their father's kingdom. And what makes it really weird about that is that for some reason it was changed so that they're all actually cousins, and that instead of it being their father's kingdom, it's their uncle's kingdom, so that they can make them all different races. And that just seems really weird.
So basically it's like, unfortunately, forced diversity.
It is forced diversity, and like it would, the thing that I think that would make it work better is if maybe it was a piece of their uncle's kingdom that the uncle did not know what to do with. So he's asking his nieces to, I guess, colonize this part of his kingdom that he doesn't really pay attention to, or something like that. But just straight up keeping it the exact same, but changing it so that it isn't his direct line of descent taking over pieces of his kingdom because they are going to take over one day, makes it really makes a lot more questions than actually I think that the author intended.
Right.
J.R.R. Tolkien did it too with later editions of The Hobbit. Yep. Super fun to translate. Language is so much fun for shows. Yeah, Noel, we have so much fun. I love when we get to talk about translating things. Have you seen Gargantia on the Verdurous Planet? They swap back and forth between English, Japanese, and alien gibberish depending on the perspective the scene is told from. Yes, I love Gargantia.
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah, Gargantia is fun. It's a Gen Urobuchi story, just one season of it, and it's solid. It's not like the most world-shattering Urobutcher thing on the planet. It's actually probably one of his like least traumatizing stories in terms of like what he does. But like it's fun. It's a good little mecha anime. It has one of the most well animated but uncomfortable belly dances I've ever seen in my life. So
yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one where the 15-year-old does a belly dance, and it's really well animated. I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about this.
Jake, for $5, Dave Filoni loves bending and breaking continuity to his whim. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, don't
Who
give
is
me.
Marvel, the MCU guy.
Oh, well, no wonder why the MCU is borked.
Yeah, jeez. I mean,
he's a very.
It is really impressive how it's like, I can only imagine Zero is much more happy with the MCU now because it's so much more like the comics. Completely fucking borked and nonsensical.
No, Star Wars. My bad. It's Dave Filoni is Star Wars.
That's right. It's Kevin Feige who's Marvel.
Yeah,
Dave
Kevin
Filoni
Feige.
is Star Wars. I can only imagine that Zero is happy with the state of Star Wars because it's so much more nonsensical like the comics. Sorry, I will piss on both of these franchises. Like, I will pick and choose which ones I like when they like are internally make sense, which is a dying breed at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. There's even a comic called Green Lantern Year One, where when the ring dies of its power, Hal and Kilowog can't talk anymore. And I found that so cool in the comic because I was like, oh yeah, it just makes the world feel so real and consistent. In Invincible, it's not really explained why aliens somehow speak like a language on Earth that came from one island. So I'ma just have to assume that even the Viltrumites couldn't escape the British Empire. So the consequences of...
True!
Yeah.
This is the real reason the sun never sets on the British Empire. It's in space!
Fuck, man.
Except maybe Andor season 2. No, Andor I hear is excellent, so you know.
Yeah, Andor's good. It's from what.
But that was not Filoni.
Dave Filoni.
Filoni was not involved in that shit. That was actually that was Kathleen Kennedy that greenlit that. So it's like of all the issues I have with Kathleen Kennedy, I give her props for getting that greenlit and underway. The solution is donuts, Billy Donuts. Hey.
Ignoring power scaling is essentially the stakes die. When a power is random, the hero's victory feels like a handout from the author rather than like a hard-earned win. And as a creator, I know that my character's powers, if they're inconsistent, my readers stop feeling scared for them, and that's not something you want. But I do have hope in the Invincible writers fixing this issue. I think Kirkman has said himself that he wants to use the TV show as a second draft, and I really love that he's decided to make changes like, for example, Debbie not just going back to Omni-Man so easily. Like, they've actually done done
Yeah,
a
like
lot
I
to the
said.
character of Debbie. If you've read the comics, there's so many changes they made from the comics. You know, they got rid of William and Eve dating. There was a lot of good changes. If you read the comics, they've made some good changes. So I 100% believe if enough people keep complaining about the power scaling, they're gonna be like, okay, maybe we need to make it a bit more consistent. And I think if they do that, this show could genuinely, and I'm not even exaggerating, go down as one of the greatest shows ever. I'm
Well, there's a lot of weird hyperbole going on at the end there, but
Yeah.
Well,
I think I
No,
think this show would have a lot of competition from just MHA, let alone other really good shows like Avatar or what
okay.
other really good shows are out there?
Full Metal Alchemist,
Justice League.
Yeah, Full Metal
Justice
Alchemist.
League, Batman the Animated Series.
Right. Although even though I think MHA is good, I wouldn't put it anywhere near that part.
Let's see.
I would fight me.
Let's see.
Okay. Final Destination, no items, 3 stocks.
Birdie the Mighty Decode. I put somewhere up that's pretty solid.
Okay, now I gotta fight you now, I guess.
Why?
What, you don't like Birdie?
From what I remember watching that show years ago, I didn't think it was
Birdie the Mighty or Birdie the Mighty Decode. They are different stories.
I
Decode?
know they're different stories. Decode.
Decode's great.
From what I remember, I didn't remember it being all that great. So maybe I need to rewatch it.
Yeah, we need to just slot it into your fucking computer, man. It's good shit.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta hack into my computer and just put it in there.
Like from what I know of, like, maybe I would have to watch Invincible because from everything that I have seen of this show so far, it is incredibly highly flawed, and I would put it mid-tier in terms of quality overall in the writing. So yes, I would consider it, just based off of what I've heard from you, from anyone else that I've heard talk about Invincible, I would not put it above Birdie the Mighty Decode in terms of writing quality. Not even a contest.
Now, Birdie the Mighty original, probably above it.
Yeah.
I've seen the original too. I mean, that one was fun, but not exactly like super groundbreaking stuff. But like, that's besides the point. Either
Free Run's
way,
above it, right? Free Run's above it.
Oh, absolutely. It's above most things. Yeah.
I was gonna say that's next up. Like after we finally finish our Bleach era, that's next up on our list to watch Free Run. So
sure. All right.
I'll finally get to watch this thing, and then I'll be racist towards demons.
Yay! Yeah.
You gotta join us, man. You gotta put on the hood,
Does the hood have pigtails like Free Run?
Fucking course it does. Come on.
All right, let's see if it's. I mean, he has like 10 seconds left.
Being serious, if they embrace the fact that power scaling is a part of good writing, season 5 will be untouchable. Anyway, make sure you check out the comic.
It'll be Invincible. Come on, man, it's right there.
I haven't updated as much, but it's there. And also make sure you subscribe. Also, let me know if you guys want more.
Okay, so that had a lot going on that was good, but it also kind of like tripped in a couple of areas.
There were a couple points that were kind of iffy. I think
it'll be title card.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think aside from certain delivery issues and kind of being a little too, what was it? What's the word? I forgot the word. We used it earlier. A little too dogmatic with certain like solutions that he gave. I think overall though, most of his points more tend to stick more than they missed here. So if I were to give like, I don't know, a scoring for this video, I'd probably give this like a 7. It's pretty decent.
Yeah.
Well presented, well edited.
Yeah.
That British joke at the end was pretty funny.
It's about as good as Butterfly.
Right.
Oh god, the Digimon fandom are probably gonna have my head at some point for that.
I mean, I will partially defend you on that, but also not, because I do like Butterfly.
It's a good
Although
song.
I do
Yeah.
wonder if it is a little bit like, because I listened to it so much so that I could sing along with it, that I ended up liking it as much as I do, but like, it is a good song. I wouldn't say that it's an amazing song.
No, do not start doing the 6-7 jokes. No, don't give
Oh,
in
no,
to
we
the
all-
millennial brain rot.
Wait a second. Mods, take away her ability to use English.
No. Mods, take away her ability to speak Japanese. She's currently in Japan. Oh. Would you like her to use E instead? Yes, it is much more respectable to use E.
Yeah.
Because Noel, it would hinder you more to take away your ability to know Japanese when you live in Japan.
I love how she typed out Nande and just auto translates to Y. I'm actually kind of impressed by that translation, because it did Nande, like the several es at the end, and then it does translate to Y with several Ys at the end. That's actually a pretty good translation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh Lord, not you too, Daigato. Okay, well, you know what, mods, eat his hands off.
Take away
Mods,
her Bakugo shrine.
mods, delete the number 6.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's
but,
that.
You know, overall, these were two pretty good videos.
Yeah,
Yes.
I would be interested in seeing more from these guys in the future.
Yeah, I'm surprised we had as much to talk about as we did, but you know what? It's us. You know, what else did you expect?
Mods, take away her Bakugo shrine. Do you guys have anything you want to announce?
For me, hopefully, I have a new video that's coming out. Hopefully, I can release it tomorrow, before I have to go to DC. I mean, there aren't any. I don't have to make any changes. I just need. And I've already uploaded onto my channel, so I just need the thumbnail. That's it. And hopefully, I can have that out by the end of this month. Because we're 2 days out from that. And we should be good. So hope y'all should stay tuned for that. And obviously I'm not gonna be around for bad fan fiction night, because I'm gonna be at the convention. So that'll be really fun. That'll be a good story to tell for next week.
Dwight?
I was going to stream, but then I slept instead. And then I was like, oh, well, it doesn't matter because I can just do it on Thursday. Not remembering that I'm on flight going to my convention on Thursday. So I'm sorry for anyone who is looking forward to me streaming. I will stream when I get back, though. I promise.
Yeah. So Bad Fanfiction Night this Friday, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as normal, with or without Twy. Hopefully she can make it, but if she can't, we'll make do and we'll suffer with Reika alone. Then, let's see, next week's Jacked should be us covering Halo Campaign Evolved with the boys. So I think mostly me and Ino are going to be the ones covering that. Though I don't know if Pete's going to play it at all. I don't know if he has it. I don't know if you plan to get it, Kaiser, at all.
I have not had the time, and
that's fair.
I
That's
had
fair.
to save money for like this convention and stuff.
Yeah, no, absolutely fair. But yeah, no, we have a lot of that. Like, that's going to be next week, and then, of course, Bad Fanfiction Night. And I think the Saturday after this coming Saturday is going to be the next Small Voln. Well, I'll double check with everyone, make sure we're all on board with that. That should be the finale for Arc 1, but we'll see. Should I though? Does it have co-op? It does have co-op. It does have co-op. In fact, if you're streaming Saturday, we can co-op for it. Because like I wouldn't mind doing co-op on stream with you if you want to do that. So far, I will say the gameplay so far is good. It's the writing that has problems. Oh, you can't this Saturday. no! When are we going to Freeman's? Oh, you're also going to Otacon, of course.
Yes.
Otacon.
Alrighty. Well, that's everything, I think. Thank you all so much for watching us. I hope you all had a good time. We'll really have to like think about when to have that discussion about like freaking rewrites. I mean, I guess the Halo one's gonna be more specific. This remakes and such.
And also, you know, subs versus dubs, right? Like,
subs versus
Yes.
dubs, that one too. That's also a separate one to have on the radar. As we go out on an Omega Rob meme of 2.5 women with Twilight and Noel.
Oh my god.
I don't entirely understand this one, but you know what? Thank you all so much. I hope you all had a wonderful stream, and we'll catch you all on the flip side.
Goodbye.
See y'all around.